chat. Okay, as usual, we're gonna start 6:35ish, but we're gonna just chill for a bit. I don't know. I'm kind of tired. I was playing tennis for like 4 hours. Hi, Emily. Slace. I was playing tennis for 4 hours, and then I got home. Took like a 20-minute nap. Ate dinner. Now we're here. Slace. Yeah. I don't know if I should have music on during streams, because without the music, it's really boring. But with the music, I get distracted, because I'm not used to listening to music while doing stuff. Usually I get distracted. How's your day, Jason and Emily? True. Wait, the weird thing is Winston's here! Oh my god! Hi, Winston! Oh my god. Oh, man. This is like the first time Winston's been here. Because I always stream on bad days. Wait, do you not have practice Thursday? I thought you have practice Thursday night usually. Oh, no, wait. You're not here. Wait, no. Are you still here, or did you already leave, Winston? 22nd. That's today. Right? You leave 22nd. So you said 22nd, 25th. So you should be gone, or like in the airport. You left already. Are you on the plane? Oh no. Shoot, I don't even know where you're going. Are you driving? How are you on a plane? Or if you are, I don't know. I'm lost. Driving. Ah, I see. Cool. I don't know. Jason's happy run break. I don't know. For, like same thing as Emily. I don't like how fast things are going. Things are senior year's going by a little too fast. Not too happy about that. Yeah, the lighting in this room, it's like bright in my room, but the stream does not pick up anything. Boba shot things. Oh. Yeah. Yeah. That's what I, yeah. Shoot, I don't even have my headphone. Yeah, I don't know, like, usually, school will be slow, like September, October, it's kind of slow. And then, like, November to the end of the year is, like, speedrun. But for me, I don't know, I feel like the whole year has been speedrun. And it's not like I'm, like, constantly thinking about this. Or I'm, like, so, like, it's not like, because I keep thinking about it so much, then it makes me miss it more, or, like, feel like it's going so fast. It's just, like, it just feels like, I don't know, let's say, like, UC apps. I feel like I just did that. And yet it's been 4 weeks. 1, 2, 3. 3 weeks. Started 4 weeks ago. Like, I don't know. And it's not like I'm not doing anything with my life either. Like, I'm still doing things. And I'm doing new stuff, having fun. But, like, it doesn't change the fact that time's still going by. Wait till winter break's over. Okay, the thing is that, I know this is, like, very fringe opinion. But, like, I, I wouldn't say I enjoy school. I think I used to enjoy school more than I do now. But, I, I don't hate school. And sometimes I don't like break because it, like, I get everything I need from school. Okay, so like, I don't degenerate, right? I wake up at a reasonable hour. I eat at a reasonable, like, I don't degenerate, and I actually do stuff. And then also, like, I get a lot of social interaction at school, more than I would on a normal weekend or normal break day. So like maybe like on 1 day or 2 day or like a couple days of break, I'll have like an extensive amount of social activity. But school provides like a very baseline high amount of social activity, because I just, this year I don't care. Like, I'm happy. In stats, I just do work. In new TA, depends. Usually I come in late. During lit, I have fun because I like Dr. Hume. People don't, but I like him. Okay, actually no. I only mess around in physio and psych, but still, like, I don't. I'm like very chill right now, and I like the social interaction that school's providing me. And like it's not like I don't interact with people during breaks, but not at the same level as I do during school. And then because I don't like, I'm not constantly struggling with school. School is kind of chill for me. So I kind of like. That's not. I would say I kind of like school. I used to like it a lot more, but breaks are not as pleasant as they should be. Okay, 6:36. And come on. Okay, for David, I don't know if David's here yet. Hopefully David's here. Hopefully we can take minutes. We're gonna say I call this meeting to order. 6:36 p.m. It's probably speedrun. I don't think this really matters. For people who are new to the stream, we're gonna have a VOD, which is a recording of the stream that will be posted on our YouTube channel. You can find that in our Instagram bio, or you can click this link. This is our link tree. This contains all of our club related links. I forgot how this works. I don't know why I keep typing out by hand. I just search, like, copy paste. I type out by hand every time. But the VOD will be posted hopefully by Monday after Christmas Day. I don't know how much I'll be working the next few days. And then there'll be timestamps sometime, depending on whether David plans on working or not during break. But for sure, by the Monday after break, there should be timestamps. So if you want to skip around, or even if you have friends who can't make it to the stream or you can't see the whole stream, there will be a recording. So it's fine if you miss part of the stream and you just want to listen. Also reminders, stream forum is where you can ask any questions, but if you can't make it to the stream, so that's also in our link tree. You can also order merch, which is designed by our graphic designer, Justin Bieber, and also our co-host forum. Like this, for example, is a stream that's just me, but typically the more popular streams and the streams that are more fun have other people come on, like Emily. Before she was a board member, she came on and she talked about digital art and commissions and all that stuff. And it's, at least for me personally, and I think most people would agree, it's a lot more fun when it's not just me. Like I don't mind streaming by myself, but I think having people are fun. Also, one pertinent thing: board is closed tonight. I forgot. I'm gonna text my PR officers to remind that. But also, God bless. They are amazing PR officers. But yeah, board is closed tonight. Those you can find our board dares in the link tree. You gotta fill out a form. And yeah, you can support the club through that. We have a lot of things going on. Okay, sorry about that. And yeah, today's stream is going to be extremely chill. Partially because I'm lazy. Like, I almost forgot we had a stream. If I didn't have it on my to-do list, I would have forgotten to stream today. So I did not prepare very much. Like, usually what happens is I write down the outline for the stream like a couple weeks in advance. I sort of summarize that, send it to my PR officers. They make the beautiful posts. They post it, and then I forget about it until I see it on my to-do list again, and then I stream. Except today, usually like I'll know in a couple days in advance. Like I remembered yesterday because I set a reminder for myself to tell my PR officers to post a reminder, and then I didn't even look at the doc until right now. So not a very well prepared stream. The idea is that hopefully y'all make it fun by just talking. I don't know, talking's kind of fun. So yeah, I don't know. Yeah, same. Yeah, what Jason said about how he likes going to school after it's like, especially since quarantines happened. I felt like before that we didn't, like, we all like took for granted that like school, like you can interact with people at school. Like I feel like Nick can attest to this. During the pandemic, I was just like such a loner, and it wasn't like it wasn't like I was suffering. It's just like I just didn't talk or text people, and Nick was the only person I texted, and it was to complain about virtual enterprise because we were degenerates in that class. But yeah, guess for Emily says, what if you had guests every stream just for fun? I guess we can talk about that because the stream is not very formal. Like, I don't know why, but I have this internal resistance to people coming to my house, like to friends coming to my house. Like for Club Rush, we had that happen, but that was because we had no other option. like for people to come over to my house for fun or for like really anything. I don't know why. I just like I'm internally resistant to the idea of it. I guess it's because I have to be a host and I don't like being the host because I suck at being the host and I'm not comfortable with that idea. So that's probably something to work on. Discord call. Oh yeah, sure. I forgot about internally our board was talking about having like a podcast format for streams. That was like September, but at the time a lot of people were busy. But hopefully, since apps are over, I still have apps. I need to finish those. But once apps are over, we can hopefully have a podcast stream. That's probably gonna be at my house. I don't know how the lighting's. Oh, yeah, I don't know how the lighting's gonna work. Because my family coincidentally has a lighting setup, but it's for a massive room. So we'll see how that. And also, it's meant to be a lighting setup for nighttime because there are windows everywhere, and those windows cannot. Some of them cannot be blocked. So we'll see how that goes. I should also write that down because I'm going to forget within 2 minutes if I don't write this down. Also, I don't know, like, I don't know why, but I didn't expect people to get me anything for Christmas, and then some people did, especially like Mr. Nguyen, and like when you don't expect things and then good things and then good things happen to you, it's so joyful. Like it's so delightful. Like it's what's the word? Wholesome, but like pleasurably wholesome. That sounds bad too. I don't know. My brain has degenerated since last year. Last year I peaked. What are we doing stream? What are we doing? Podcast stream. Also, Thomas has been asking, like, Thomas Bjorholt Karatisian has asked multiple times to like come on stream. And every time I'm like, yeah, yeah, we can do that, and then I forget, and then I feel so bad because I keep on saying no. So we're gonna try to not deny him that, and hopefully we can make things happen. Okay, we're going to start. Okay, so the guiding, what did we post on the story? We had on Instagram we had senioritis, anxiety, and regrets. These are going to be guiding topics. Ideally, we just kind of chill. Oh, Sprong is here too. Epic, and Justin. Thank you guys for just taking time out of your Thursday night. Like this is your break, and you're here with me. And I really appreciate it because you guys could be doing better things, but you guys are here. I just want to say thank you. David, you're fine. You're good. Don't worry. Okay, so we're gonna talk senioritis first. So I guess the first thing to touch on is the fact that I thought, like, I think in part it's an egotistical thought, or was an egotistical. I guess it still is an egotistical thought, but I think there is some validity to the original belief, which is that last year, like I had senior friends, and they're like, "You think you're gonna get senioritis?" Because like I was working really hard, especially probably the hardest that I worked was during sophomore year, surprisingly enough, at least in my opinion, because it was just like sophomore year, that was pandemic. Nobody, like, okay, I'm not gonna say nobody, but the majority of people were not grinding or doing work. But I don't even understand how it happened, but I did so much. I got so much done. I did so much. Like, especially even with school, I was like actually paying attention other than AP World. AP World, like, but I self-studied that in like for like 2 months and I like knew everything. So like people saw that I was working a lot and they were like, you're gonna burn out at some point, aren't you, right? And I didn't think that I would. And my argument was that, oh my god, I remember we had an extra, was it extra credit? We had to rate Mr. Flores' mustache. And I think that was extra credit. That class was so interesting. Online, I don't know how it is now. That's like, he was like handlebar or like something else. And then he also rated like his children, like the son or the daughter. And we're like, what? Is AP World? I don't know what happened in that class. I forgot how it went. I remember they also have the extra credits assignment now where they have to like record themselves teaching something. So yeah. Okay, back on topic. Also, you guys can also distract me as much as you want because I want to talk about that type of stuff. Talking about this stuff is kind of, but so I didn't think that I would get senioritis because I thought that I enjoyed all of the things that I did, and like by that logic, if you're doing a bunch of stuff and you like all that stuff, then that stuff's not gonna hurt you, right? Because you like it. But I think I was kind of BSing myself because I don't think I really liked all of the stuff I did. I just liked parts of the some things that I did. And sometimes, you know how there's things where it's like, I don't want to do it, and then you do it, and while you're doing it and after you do it, you're happy that you did it, but building up to that point, you didn't want to do it. That's basically what streams used to be for me. Like I hated prepping for it. I had so much anxiety prepping for it, and then when streams happened, I was having a bunch of fun. And then afterwards, I'm like, oh, we should do that again. Until I have to plan it and make things happen, and then I start hating again. And that's like a much more benign example, but there were a lot of things where it's like that. But um, I thought that I liked all the stuff that I did, so I'm like, I don't think I'm gonna burn out or like I'm not gonna have senioritis because I like the stuff I do. And senioritis is like when you don't like doing stuff, and when there's no point anymore, then you start hating it and you won't do anything. Except that kind of happened, which was honestly confusing. Um, I didn't think I had senioritis. I thought I just burnt out. Like after AP exams in May, I guess it's still this year. I burnt out, and really, like, it's a really weird feeling. It's like you still continue to exist, but like your sense of, um, like, I guess scientifically you might call it anhedonia. But like pleasurable things were not as pleasurable anymore. Like, like the stuff that used to make me happy did not make me as happy. And then also when it came to doing any type of work, like it wasn't even like I guess you could call it brain fog, but it wasn't like quite brain fog. It was like I wasn't fully there. And because sometimes like if you're working, it seems like you are trying your very hardest and you have all your strength, but you're just pushing against this immense obstacle. It didn't feel like that. It felt like there was just this tiny, tiny little like feather in the way. But I was just so out of it, so gone, so weak that I just couldn't do anything. And I don't know how I'm gonna like it's just I spent the majority of the beginning of summer just trying to recover. And then also, yeah, the beginning of summer this year, like I was talking with Jason earlier, how like school gives me structure, school gives me routine, and also provides some sort of baseline high level of social interaction. I lost that when school ended, and I did not know how to cope with it. I had so much trouble just getting through the beginning of summer, and it sounds so weird, like oh, it's a break, it's summer, like you finish your junior year, that's supposed to be your hardest year, and you're struggling. What does that even look like? But just the sensation of burnout, that like not being fully here and not being able to enjoy things, that persisted for probably for sure the end of June. Also, actually, no, the end of May, all of June, and then maybe the first half to the mid, like half, yeah, probably about half of July. And then from there, things started turning upwards. I found my rhythm, found my routine, started waking up early, started making like I just found my rhythm again. But like the burnout happened, and then I thought that I was fine, and I thought I didn't have senioritis, but I didn't even notice it at first, but as we got into the school year, I noticed that I wasn't the person that I was last year. Not just like, okay, first of all, the person I was last year, but like in terms of just the work perspective of it. Let's say last year, calc. Okay, great. I'm realizing now that I still do a lot of things. Like say during calc last year, up until like unit 6 or 7, I did homework during the notes. I got homework done during class while also simultaneously taking notes. And then during English, I would enjoy it. I would pay attention. I would just like. But the thing is that I've noticed like okay, during stats, I do stats homework. During econ, I'm like multitasking. Physio and psych, I mess around. Actually, no. During psych, I take psych notes during psych while she's lecturing, and I'm just reading the textbook. So okay, things maybe things haven't changed that much. But I think the main place that I see senioritis is like in putting the extra effort in things that I don't have to do. So let me try to think of an example of this. Okay, I can't think of an example. That's unfortunate. But I think senioritis did hit. I think I'm actually, for whatever reason, I'm like recovering, even though it's still senior year. I think the only place where I feel like I've truly degenerated compared to last year is essays. And like you could say, oh, it's just like since like UC essays that killed you, and like sure, I think UC essays did kill me because I did not plan. Like procrastination killed me, and like I don't regret it, but I do think that I sucked. Yeah, like I don't know how the essays turned out, like objectively speaking, but I have not struggled with writing that much in a long time. And like last year, AP Lang, I don't know what happened, but like I just like peaked in writing. Like writing just became so easy. I was so eloquent, and also I had such clarity of thought and argument. And then this year, the first in-class essay for lit took me a while to get the gears turning, but then eventually things started picking up. But then writing UC essays and then writing for AP lit, we had an essay for, or like we just had an essay to write about a book. That was like, holy, like it was so bad. And even now, like we submitted it, but like I don't know what happened. It was absolute train wreck. I could not figure out what I wanted to say. I could not figure out how to say what I didn't know how to, like it was really, really bad. And this is somebody who like last year, actually no, we're not gonna brag because that's egotistical. But we wrote really, really well last year. And not only that, like I think I've always been a reasonably good writer, but I had such clarity of thought and argument. If I saw a prompt, I could say, okay, I want to respond with this. How are we going to support that? Okay, we have this. We can say like, this is our line of reasoning. We have body paragraph 1, body paragraph 2. Okay, what evidence can we get from this? Okay, body this and this. How can we connect the evidence to each other? Okay, can we like this to this? And how do we connect body paragraph 1 to body paragraph 2 and body paragraph 2 to the conclusion, and also reflect back on the thesis? And like, I just had such clarity of thought. Things were just like moving on their own, and I could figure things out. And then now it's like, well, I don't know. Like even right now, I'm having difficulty with figuring out what I wanted to say during that essay. But yeah, I think one of like a core part of senioritis is, or not necessarily just senioritis, but the idea of like burnout. In addition to like just like overworking yourself, but like there's this like, okay, I have not read the studies, but I have listened to somebody who has read the studies, and that does not make me at all any amount more knowledgeable than anybody else on burnout. But there's one thing I remember is like the idea that one aspect of burnout is a disconnect between actions and outcomes, where like it feels like you're doing a lot, you're performing, you're just doing so much, but the outcomes or the rewards are not linked. Like it doesn't feel like what you're doing has a purpose because nothing's coming out of it. Which like senioritis is the idea that I'm not gonna try anymore because there's no point. And if that's the case, then it kind of lines up the burnout where like if the rewards do not match up with your actions, then it does not make sense to act. Which is like 100% makes sense. But that would mean that burnout should be a default state of life, which I don't think quite makes sense. And one thing that kind of, I don't know if this is necessarily true, this is just going to be a thought process, but there's the idea of, I forgot what they call it in like literature, but like, I think it's like performance oriented versus outcome oriented or something, but like the idea that you can focus on the outcomes of your actions, or you can focus on the actions themselves. So like you can focus on like, hey, I'm gonna grind out this essay because I want to get an A+ on the essay and then get an A in the class. And then there's the idea of like, I want to write this essay because I want to write this essay. And like some things it's a lot harder to do. Like let's say writing that English essay, I did not want to write that essay for the sake of writing that essay. I wanted to give up on essays for the rest of my life. Still do, but there like whatever you can try to what's the word? Reframe. What if you can try to reframe like an action into the action itself as opposed to the outcome? This is also the idea of focus on the journey, not the destination. It's just the idea that if you're just focusing on the outcome, then your happiness and your sense of control, your sense of everything is dependent on whether the outcome is good or whether the outcome is bad. As opposed to when you focus on the action, and it's not easy to focus on the action, but like if you can, which I struggle with, but like on the things where I can focus on just the action, since actions are just like you either do it or you don't, and most of the time you do it, and sometimes the outcome, like if you do it, it's like sometimes the outcome will be good, sometimes the outcome will be bad. But if you focus on just the doing of it, then like if you did it, then you did it, and if that's sufficient, then that's like if that's sufficient for you to be happy, then you can be a lot happier on average than if you are just focusing on outcomes which are less under your control. So I don't know where I was going with this. I outlined this not very. I don't think I was writing this when I was in a coherent state of mind. But oh, okay. Now I'm understanding what I said. So in the past, I would seek to understand things, and that was the reason why I was able to perform so highly on the stuff that like on tests and stuff. But this year I've noticed that specifically for physio and for psych, physio is physiology, psych is AP psychology. Those classes have such a huge load of just information, and especially for physio, it's not like sure it is connected, but it's not explicitly connected. Like when it's taught, the way that it's taught, the information is not explicitly connected. It's just bullet points on a slide, and I'm not criticizing Rodriguez at all. Like I love Rodriguez so much, but in terms of just the class, there's just such an overload of information. Same thing with psych. Psych is just like so much information, and it feels like it doesn't go deep enough for understanding the material to be worth it. And it makes like it's putting in the effort to understand it is about the same outcome as just memorizing a couple of things, and it's significantly more work because they're like the deeper you go into something, the more connections you can make across disciplines. But when it's just like you go like an inch into there and you go an inch into there and you go you can't connect because it's just memorizing. There's no understanding, and it's hard to connect things based off memorization. It's a lot easier to connect things off of understanding. So like with physio and psych, I just find myself not putting the time in at all to learn it. Like for psych, I will write down the notes, and then maybe the lunch before the period the test is, I might look over my notes. And even the past few tests, I have not past few tests, but like the past 2 tests maybe, I didn't do that at all. I just went in and took the test. And like the outcomes currently are not bad, but I've just noticed that the actions, I do not care enough to put in the work or the actions. And then same thing with physio. Physio, to be fair, physio is more, the way that the class is, it's a little bit more memorization heavy, but I wish there was a little bit more of interaction between concepts. Because let's say that past muscle test, memorizing the muscles, okay, that's like logical because like the muscles have names, the muscles have different purposes. It kind of makes sense to have an idea. But and also it's not an AP class. So I'm like, this is not a valid complaint because I don't want the class to be harder, but I just want to use it as an example of how I do not seek to put in the extra work that I normally would expect of myself. Because let's say we just did the muscle unit, we learned a few specific muscles, but we didn't even learn where they were in relation to, let's say, like, because let's say you have quads, right? Quadricep. Quad means 4. There are 4 heads to the muscle. We only learned about 1 head, and we learned that its origin is like, I don't know, is it like I forgot what it was, like anterior, inferior iliac crest, something like it's like here, and then it ends at your knee, and like that's all we learned. We didn't learn about the other 3 heads. We didn't learn about anything about like how it looks when it's activated. Like when it activates, it's just like, and again, this is, I guess I am skewing towards a criticism of the class, but I just want to say that like I don't put in the work to actually understand anymore, and that's a little worrying to me because I know that that's not sustainable as you go on to higher level education. Um, I don't know where I'm going anymore with this, but yeah. I guess we can talk about something kind of interesting, which is I don't know what happened to me before or who I was before, but it feels like I'm becoming more like human. And like it's like there's like jokes about how like Dylan's just a robot. He forgot his charger at home. That's why he's so tired. Like, but like it feels like I don't know if it's because I had like a bunch of excess reserves of energy before, so I could just keep grinding. I didn't feel the need for like normal human things. But, like during the pandemic, I was working so much, and I did not socialize at all. And sure, I had physical activity, but like it wasn't a big deal. Like I felt like I could have gone without physical activity and been fine. Also, I had okay, I obviously had emotions, but it didn't feel like I had the highs and lows that I've been having recently. And then it feels like just the general things that you consider human, like people, friends, love, hate, like emotions in general, struggle, sleep, health, like all the things that feels like fundamentally more human and less like work. It feels like I didn't really have much experience with those before, and now as time is going on, like it just feels like I'm becoming more human, which sounds really weird to say. Like I don't know how else to put it, but it just feels like all of the general changes that are happening to my general experience of life, it's moving towards human, which I don't know if that what that means, but like let's say before about 6 months ago, I did not feel immense frustration. Okay, I felt frustration, but I did not feel immense like grief. I felt immense grief recently, and it's not like things. It's not like I've like lost a loved one. It's just like things that normally would not affect me much now are affecting me significantly more. Like if let's say if a friend does not say hi to me or does not talk to me, it's like it affects me way more than it used to, and like I don't understand why, but it does. And I don't hate it because if this is just the sort of the cost of having all of the highs that are associated with being human. Again, I don't feel like this term is, or this terminology is ideal, but like I'm okay with it as it is. But I think it's just interesting to notice how I like it feels like I'm becoming more human, and there's like it's just weird. I don't know. Chat is dead right now, and I'm getting kind of concerned because I was just monologuing for like 20 minutes. What was I gonna say? Human. Becoming more human. Yeah, okay, immense grief. We've had immense grief. We've had immense loneliness. That has been a big thing. Not recently, but because recently we've been sort of fixing things. But immense loneliness has happened. Immense frustration we already touched on. What other emotions have we been confronted with? Sprong says, this year for sure, I've been appreciating more human interactions than schoolwork. Yeah, that's like, yeah, it's 100% same for me. Like, and it's like when I think about like before the way that I used to work, I find it so interesting that I lived with that with like so like I was just like it was just schoolwork. I'm just doing work. That's just what I did, and it's just so interesting to think that that was just like I just existed without much need for human interaction. Like, cause now like let's say like summer break, I spent a lot of it not interacting with people, and that like hurt. Whereas before, it's like, it'd be kind of nice to go out with friends, but I also don't really want to go out. I just want to get this thing done. But now, like, I want to get, like, I still want to get things done, but like, I value human interactions significantly more than I used to, and that's why, like, I'm valuing school. School, not in the sense of academics, but like the the space it provides for me to interact with my friends, without it being like, oh, we planned this, we gotta go from like 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. and we're gonna go to this place and then this place. Like, no, we just happen to all be here and we are all doing this thing together. And then sometimes we'll interact and it's really nice. Also, this is an interesting thing. This is something that popped into my mind when I was writing the outline. But there's this idea that this is not something I've gotten from other people. This is something I thought about, which is the senioritis of other people bleeding onto me. So like other people having senioritis, other people not caring, other people venting and talking about how they don't care. I think that has had, it's not a big impact, but it's a Zap Reviver. Well, Zap Reviver, I'm not 100% sure who you are. So cool. Oh, you're loading. Cool. Nice to see you. Okay, so other people have senioritis. I think that's fair to say. I don't think I'm indicting anybody by saying that. And people talking about how they don't care about this class or don't care about doing this thing, or like they're just doing like they just do this thing and hope that they get a grade, like a certain grade. That, because like one thing, I guess I've never talked about this, but like I've noticed that I'm extremely sensitive to my environment. And what I mean by that is that like in like the environment that I'm in has a significant impact on the person that I am. And like there's the idea like, oh, if I walk into a room and everybody's being nice, I'll be nice. If people are like saying slang, I'll say slang. That's like more like a chameleon, where like you change your external what's called outward appearance according to your situation. But I feel more like a doppelganger, where like if I get placed in a certain environment, I will mutate myself. Like, and like the way that like the mechanism that I think it is that like all of the things that happen around me, they get into my mind, and then whatever is in my mind at a given time, that just sinks in, and that's the way that I start thinking. It's not like things happen and then like they just bounce off. Like they just come in and then they like sort of sit in my mind for a while, and that's like it just slowly turns into the person that I've become, which I wish it was not. I was not so moldable, but I don't see how I can really change it. And the way that I'm sort of trying to adapt to it is just to make sure that the environment that I am in and the people I surround myself with do not. It's not something that I actively do, but I think subconsciously there's some like, oh, I don't know if I should be hanging out so much with these people. So yeah. So going back on the senioritis, other people's senioritis and saying like, I don't care about this class, and then because I'm an agreeable person. Agreeable meaning that like I dislike conflict and I want to promote harmony because I'm uncomfortable with conflict. Because I'm more of an agreeable person, I externally voice agreement. I'm like, yeah, I know what you mean. And by doing that, it makes me seem like I'm a dog that gets conditioned super easily, but like I condition myself into believing the same thoughts. So like now, like let's say that essay, everybody was complaining about the essay for AP Lit. And if I had been in a like if let's say we were in online school and I was not talking to people, I would still dislike the essay, but I would not have felt the same level of burnout and frustration and I give upness that I felt towards that essay. And I'm not blaming the other people. It's not at all their fault. It's like not at all anything to do with them. But I just wanted to note that senioritis did come from other people onto me. And I think, I don't know how multiple other people are. I assume not the same level as me. I guess that is a bit egotistical thing. Don't know other people's experience. But yeah, I just wanted to note that external factors, like external people, have an impact on my internal senioritis, I guess. Zap Reviver, fairly new followers. Cool. Okay, you don't have to answer this at all, but if you are, do you go to Marina? Because like this is a Marina club, so I'm just curious because if you're just a random viewer on the internet, that's really interesting to me. Because I don't know why you'd be interested in me, but it's cool. Okay, we're gonna move on to regrets, unless people have questions or want to talk about senioritis more. So I guess the first thing I want to touch on for regrets is that random Twitch is cool, epic. It's cool that you're just listening to a random 10 viewer stream and this random dude on the internet. But yeah, so for regrets, I cognitively, and what I mean by cognitively is not like it's just like logically what I believe, not what I truly believe. Rant. I guess I am ranting. I guess this stream is really just a rant platform, and that's what it means when I say chat and shout. But I love the cognitive belief, not the actual belief, because I've noticed that I do feel regret, but that cognitively I believe that regret, not that it doesn't make sense, but that there's not much reason to continue, there's not much reason to dwell in regret. And like, sure, there is very much an adaptive purpose to it, and what I mean by that is that by regretting things, you can change your actions in the future to not have regret in the future. It's like 100%. If like from a performance standpoint, regret is useful, but I think that cognitively, once you have extracted that lesson, it does not make sense to continue to dwell in that regret. But sometimes I will feel regret. I think the most recent example is that, like, let's say during tennis, like the past, okay, so this week, I don't know why, but I just popped off in tennis. Like the 2 or 3 weeks before that, I was struggling so much in tennis, and I was like, you could call it just a couple of bad days, but like I started to doubt my skill because, I guess from an external perspective, it wouldn't be noticeable, especially if you don't play tennis. But a lot of my skill in tennis is not like it's not good. Like I don't have good form. I don't have good footwork. And what I've done is I found sort of like a hacky way, if you will. Like it's not correct, but it just works. And because it's worked a couple of times, I just bleh, and then like it works. Like if you look at fundamentally my footwork, especially my footwork and my balance, I have found that like wow, just absolute garbage. Like the only thing that I think that my form is okay on is volleys. And even then, it's not great. I'm gonna say that it's good enough that I don't have to worry about it. But let's say like I guess now we're getting into technical stuff. But I noticed that like what I found was I regretted not learning fundamentals of tennis correctly. Like because there's not one right way, but there is a couple of generally correct ways to play tennis, and like in terms of like just like more efficient, better like outcomes, like more consistent, more like very much more consistent. Because like what happens is that it feels like on my good days and my bad days, I'm actually doing the same actions, yet the outcomes, the way that my racket hits the ball, my contact point, it's just like the difference is like night and day. Like some days I can absolutely smash balls, and other days it just goes flying or it just goes straight to the net. And the fact that the same action can have such variable outcomes is sort of proof of the fact that like I don't have fundamentally consistent and correct technique. And like I remember because like now it's senior year, there's not much of a point for me in investing a significant amount of time in improving for me to get good for one final season on a team that, no offense to the team at all, but like compared to last year we had the potential to win CIF. This year, if we drop down a division, which we won't because we did so well in CIF, if we drop down a division, maybe we have a small chance, but we lost so many good people, and our improvement from this year to last year in terms of the people we kept, it's like it's there, but it's not enough to make up for how much we lost. And if we're still in the same division and we're worse than we were, we're not going to do as well. And so like for me, it does not feel worth it to put in so much time and effort to unlearn all my bad errors and to learn the fundamentals from scratch, which like always takes a lot of time. Because if you want to learn fundamentals correctly, it takes time. It just does not feel worth it to put in that much work for one season. Because I'm not good enough to play college tennis, even like at like a sub D3 school. And to play club tennis, I could see myself playing club tennis, but not on a consistent basis because a bit like I feel like my time could be better spent. And like even from a recreation point of view, I would have more fun doing other things than okay, like just like consistently playing club tennis. It wouldn't feel worth it to me. So what I found was I found myself immensely regretting the way that I learned tennis and the way that I spent freshman year, freshman year especially, but also sophomore, junior year, when I had access to these people who were really good, and also these like my coaches who are absolutely amazing, who are willing to like I wouldn't call it one on one, but like if there's nobody else left at the courts, they are willing to directly feed me the ball and like they always give me advice when I ask for it, and they also give me advice when I do things wrong. Like I had access to such resources and also had the opportunity to generally spend a lot of time practicing, and yet here I am now with like such hacky form. Like it can be extremely effective, but it's not consistently effective. And tennis is not like a one hit sport. Tennis is like hundreds of points. Maybe not hundreds. I don't know how long an actual game goes. Probably at least dozens of points. And when you are not consistent in the long run, having a hacky playstyle just does not work. At least not as well. So tennis is sort of an example of the fact that I still do feel regret, even if cognitively I don't believe regret makes sense. Before I get into other regrets, I'm gonna answer a couple of stuff. So Zapper Viper asks, what's the difference between someone going on a rant and someone venting? So my definition of venting is usually something happens to you and like you've got some emotional turmoil. And venting is sort of just um venting your emotions out and venting what happened out to I guess you in the way you are unloading your emotions onto the other person's. But just the idea of like getting emotions outside of you. Actually, I guess part of it is that there's a more negative connotation associated with rant than vent. Vent is, in my eyes, is a little bit more productive, useful, whereas rant is not useful. I think rant also, generally speaking, I say is to more like in my mind, not as much like one person ranting to another person. I usually see rant as one person ranting like on the internet, i.e. right now. Whereas venting, I say like I almost always see venting in the context of I talk to a friend about my emotional conflicts. But I guess you could conflate the two and not have a huge issue. I don't know. I feel like venting in my eyes just is more productive, and ranting is not at all productive. Ranting, you are just ranting. Ranting, I associate with complaining. Venting, I associate with processing emotion, even if you are spreading the emotion, like you do it through spreading the emotion. But yeah. So I've talked about, going back on topic, I talked about how I cognitively don't believe in regret, but I do find myself regretting things. So now we're gonna get to stuff, and this is just a list of things that I wrote down that I regret. Okay, we're gonna answer that question because otherwise I'm gonna get distracted. So Zephyr Viper asks, what's worse, regret or having a grudge? So personally, as somebody who's more agreeable, which means I'm more conflict avoidant, I don't really hold grudges. I don't think I know. I don't have any grudges on anybody right now. There was a time where I had a grudge on certain people for making promises that they did not live up to. But I think regret and grudges are just like such a separate category. Regret, in my mind, is entirely internal. Like there is no other person involved in the idea of regret because it's about I could have done this and I did not do that thing, and now I regret it. Whereas with grudge, I see like a conflict between other people, and like grudge, I associate like the emotion I associate most with it is resentment, like resenting the other person for something that they did or something that they didn't do, like they said they would do but didn't do. Um, I guess what you mean by worse is kind of important here, but as somebody who does not hold grudges, I guess we can talk about so regret. The effects of regret can be internally paralyzing. the effects of having a grudge usually is limited to just your relationship with that person. So from like an existential standpoint, regret can seep into every part of your life, whereas a grudge usually will seep into just the aspect of your life that has to deal with that person or that entity. So I guess regret could be considered worse in that case. But um, I don't know. I would say that they're just such different categories that it's hard to compare. Okay, so let's see. So there are a couple of things that I used to regret, which I don't regret anymore. One big thing that I actually regretted immensely was, okay, so at my middle school, the highest level of math you could learn was Algebra 1, which means that when you enter freshman year, you join geometry. And but what I didn't know is that you can actually take geometry over the summer, which allows you to take Algebra 2 Trig for freshman year. And there are people who go to other middle schools, namely Mesa View, who can take geometry at their middle school, which means they enter high school freshman year in Algebra 2 Trig. And me, being an egotistical person, was like, I feel like I can do better, right? I feel like geometry is a little dookie. And not to say that people who in Algebra 2 in geometry are dookie. I'm just saying that, like, I feel like I can do more than Algebra 2 than geometry as a freshie. Moreover, that class, I hated it because it was just memorization. And like I did fine. Actually, no. Looking back, I don't think I actually hated it. But I felt like it was just a little bit boring because it was just so wow. There's so many. I did not realize that I'm always here. And like, this is okay. Epic. This is such random people here. I love it. I don't know why people are listening to me on a Thursday night in this like winter break, but I'll take it. Epic. Um, but basically, I spent a lot of freshman year. Actually, okay. We're gonna talk about the process because I don't think people are aware of the process. I think Derek was the only person who's fully aware of the process. So I take Algebra 1 as an 8th grader. Summer after 8th grade, what happened? I know I went to Vietnam for like 3 weeks, but that's not. I did like summer home. I don't know, but nothing really happened that summer. You're interested in how you're doing. I'm sorry, that's just so wholesome. Thank you. We're going on a side tangent. Okay, so I said this earlier, and how today there were so many small things that I didn't expect to happen that happened that were really nice, and that when you don't expect good things and then they happen to you, it's like the most joyfully wholesome, amazing thing ever. And like, I'd say today, I still have not opened it, but like, so I get Mr. New in a gift, and I feel like I don't like. It's not that I don't okay, no, basically I don't expect a gift back from him, not because I don't expect because like his personality or anything like that, but just because like in my mind, teachers give students so much, right? They teach us, but they also like, because especially in America, like they treat kids so like everybody in like America, not America. This is such a generalization, but like from what I've heard from my friends, people will like very rarely will people solely praise teachers. I think Mr. Aidis is probably the sole exception that I know of, but because we just place such high expectations, or not, it's not even high expectations, but we just have non-baseline expectations. Um, like we complain about teachers. Oh my god, my attention span is not strong enough to avoid to like to see I see like chat move and I like thought process destroyed. Like train completely derailed. So what was I talking about? Okay, yeah, so Mr. Nguyen. So like I just like okay, teachers give us so much and in return students give what? Like disrespect. Like we do the work, but like it's not like out of respect for the teacher. Like it's not benefiting the teacher. And sure, the teacher gets paid to do the job, but that's not from us. Like it feels like it's such a one directional relationship where the teacher just gives so much to the student. So then like I feel like when you're a good teacher, you deserve a gift, right? Like, I feel like you deserve a gift from them. In my opinion, I like Mr. Nguyen, both as like a teacher, but and also as a person. So I'm like, I'm gonna get him a gift, and it was not, especially for somebody like for me who like I personally value like I personally value writing for like a letter or a card for a person very highly. That gift honestly was extremely lazy. All I did was I bought chocolate, Deli, which apparently he said my favorite. I don't know if it's actually his favorite, but he said it was his favorite when I gave it to him. Um, but so I give him, man, like I see chat moving and like calm down. Okay, so shoot, I lost my train of thought. Mr. Nguyen, bring it back. Mr. Nguyen, he deserves gifts. What was I talking about? Mr. Nguyen deserves gifts because he helps. Personality. Shoot. Okay, lost my train of thought. This is not on the outline either, so I can't use that. Um, but basically, I didn't expect a gift from him. But then, at the end of class, he just like he reaches into his drawer and he gives me a card that has my name on it, and he's like, "Shoot, I don't even remember what he said. He gave it to me this morning. I don't remember what he said." But like, I remember like, I wanted to hug him in that moment. That's how like overcome with joy I was. And to be fair, I'm more of a physical, huggy type of person, but I didn't because I felt awkward doing that. I don't know. I feel like he would have been fine with it, but he was seated. I don't know. I'm overthinking that part, but I was just so overcome with joy and just like it was chocolate. Oh, I was talking about how lazy the gift was. Okay, yeah, I got him chocolate and a gift bag to put the chocolate in. That's all I got him. I'm like, I wanted to do like because usually okay, let's say like last year. Okay, honestly, I'm proud of my gifts last year. Okay, so last year Christmas I just got chocolates, wrote letters, I think, but then for the end of the year I got chocolates for the teachers that I thought were good, and then I gave chocolates plus this really okay. I think I still have okay. I have the hats. So to Ehlers, Evans, and Nguyen, because those were the teachers I loved. So I got these hats. This has all of it. Okay, where is it? You guys cannot see that. Okay, I have all the teachers of the signatures of all of my teachers on this. The hat is the legacy. Um, so I got for Evans, Ehlers, and Nguyen. I got this hat, the legend. I gave them the hat, and I took a picture of them with them wearing. Man, the camera's here. This hat, and I was wearing this hat. And this is, I learned later that this is supposed to be a Father's Day gift because the end of the year falls around Father's Day, and this was at Target. And this is supposed to be like, this is the father, this is the son. This is also a kid's hat. This does not fit on my head. Like, it's like that. It's not go all the way down. But it was just like the idea that like these teachers are absolute legends, and hopefully, knock on wood, I go on to do something kind of useful, and I can be their legacy, right? Super proud of that gift. Evans apparently also really loved it, according to Mrs. Yosh. He apparently bragged about it, which is super cool. But got all their signatures. What was I gonna say? But like yeah, and then I also wrote like I honestly I wrote out the essays, but now I think it's better if I had I usually type out the essays, but I should have written out the stuff. But then I also got them chocolate, and it was like I put a bunch of effort. Like for Ehlers, I know he loves Oreos, and then also I know he has a dog, so I got him like dog toys in the shape of Oreos. Mr. Evans, I got him chocolate. I also got Oreos for Mr. Ehlers. Mr. Nguyen got the hat. Forgot what else. Probably chocolate. But like I usually put a lot more effort into gifts. Also this year, if you guys have seen me running around, like for like my good friends, I've photoshopped cards for them for their birthday. I've also for and also not to say that the friends I don't Photoshop cards for. Also, Derek Strong, you need to send me your birthday because I don't know when your birthday is, and you deserve a gift because I know you. No, you deserve a proper gift because you're a good guy, or in my mind. But gifts, man, I lose track of my thought process so easily. Gifts, I usually give good gifts. Also, David, I know your birthday's coming up. I hate it when people don't have their Are you serious? Also, wait, that's a straight lie. That's Winston's birthday. There's no way you guys are born on the same day. Winston. He responded like 2 seconds later. No, his birthday is not October 11th. There's no chance he is the same age as Winston, or like the same birthday as Winston. But usually I get like I put a bunch of effort into gifts. Like, and for the friends where I've not photoshopped their cards, it's just because I did it the first time for Leanne for her birthday, and then and then like I'm like, oh wait, I can do this for other people too. But that was like the first time I conceptualized I can Photoshop. Okay, no, not I can Photoshop. Okay, I can Photoshop. Not that it's good, but the fact that it's so ugly and bad is kind of iconically fun. So I did it for Jasmine and Darren Photoshop cards. Honestly, I'm proud of basically all of them because it's just like they aren't super pretty, but they're fun and they're fun. Yeah, like usually my gifts are a lot more um whatchamacallit, thoughtful. But today, the gift I gave to Mr. Nguyen, which I don't know how I got in this side tangent, but the gift I gave to Mr. Nguyen today was not um same standard. But to be fair, do I want to brag about this? I need to practice not bragging. Okay, we're not gonna brag about that. But wow, I forgot what I was gonna say. Gifts. Oh, he gave me gifts. Super happy. And then also, let's see, during stats, no gifts, but I'm really happy. During lit, oh yeah, so I walk into lit. I sit on my desk, and then Kayla Chang, which like we're both on tennis together. She's girls captain. I'm girls co-captain. I'm boys co-captain. How is I okay? We went to this. We had kindergarten together. We went to the same elementary. We went to the same middle school, but we did not really interact. I'm just trying to figure out if tennis is the only avenue that I know her through, and I guess elementary school. Um, feels bad that I cannot figure this out. Yeah, we went to Schroeder together. I remember we had Murdoch together. W had him his last year. Amazing teacher. Okay, nothing in middle school. Freshman year, I don't think we had anything. Junior year, no classes. Yeah, so it was just tennis. Tennis and Schroeder, which I honestly don't really count. But like, it was such a simple thing too. She just had like, like kisses of the chocolate. She was like, "Merry Christmas," and then she put 2 chocolates on my desk, and like 2 kisses, like 2 chocolates. It's like it's not like a hugely thoughtful thing. It's not expensive. It's not like it's objectively anything of worth. But I just remember staring at it like, man, what did I do to deserve like this? Like, and it's like deserve this like in the most positive way possible. Because like when I say deserve this, it makes it sound like I got something bad. Like, also now I'm like leaning up and I see I'm for whatever reason engaged in this conversation with myself and okay, I don't know, but I was so happy. No, like not happy does not happy is too generic. I was so appreciative, also confused why, like, because like it is only 2 kisses, but like why did she even think of it for me? And like I'm not very articulate. I'm not. I need to figure out what I'm trying to say. Okay, I can't figure out what I want to say. But like the idea that I did not expect it, and yet, and it's not like it's a big thing, but if it was in my mind, it was such a big thing because she just gave it to me, and there was no real reason. It wasn't like I had done anything huge for her. No, I have not done anything for her. I did feels like I've just talked to her a couple of times. I've played tennis with her, and like to be frank, like I do not like I still because she's good. She's not like god tier tennis, but she's still pretty good for tennis. She's good at tennis, so like I don't hold back really against her, which you could argue that that's good. You could argue that's not good, but like I don't think it was like the way that I play tennis with her. I don't think it's necessarily fun, especially like I'm remembering certain moments where it's like you could consider it bullying, like bullying in the playful sense of the word. That's probably gonna get clipped. That's not a good word choice. But like I don't know, just the idea that like I don't understand why I deserved it or like why she did it, but I was just super appreciative because I just did not understand. Like I'm just running in circles. Basically, I'm really grateful because I did not see it coming. I did not expect it, and it made me very happy. But I did not see it. I did not expect it, and it was a good thing. And then I also found out about another thing which I can't talk about because if said person sees the stream and hears about it, then it was spoil the surprise. But also wholesome, made me happy. What other wholesome stuff? Also, playing tennis for 4 hours today. So like I start playing at 12, and I'm like, let's see, we're gonna look at my schedule. So this morning I was supposed to wake up at 5:30, which okay, no, I set my alarm for 6 because I went to bed late last night. But I was supposed to wake up 5:30, which I usually do because I'm a morning person. Supposed to write an essay that I was supposed to write Tuesday morning, and I had planned. I was supposed to plan it Sunday afternoon, plan it Monday morning, plan it Monday afternoon, write it Tuesday morning. And what happened was that what did I do? I planned it Sunday afternoon. I planned it Sunday morning. Nothing happened Monday afternoon. Tuesday morning, I try to write, and I write, but it does not come out. So I don't get it done. That night, I prepare for the thing. Okay, might as well talk about it. I made Squid Game happen in Mr. Moon's class. I spent that entire afternoon doing that instead of studying for stats and physio. Then Wednesday morning, I'm making Squid Game happen, so then I cannot work. And then yesterday, I degenerated. So I was supposed to go to a reading for AP Lit, reading King Richard. But then I found out that my friends are going to go to the next reading. It's during break. But on my schedule, I had allotted time for me to spend the whole afternoon reading. So when I found out I don't read, but I don't have anything planned, so what happens is that instead of working on the thing that I was supposed to get done, what was it I did yesterday? I played chess, I watched Twitch, I checked the news because I'm that bored. And I went to bed late. So okay, I was supposed to write that essay this morning. Didn't happen. And then I was supposed to write another essay this afternoon because I'm that far behind on my apps. So I need to write essays. But instead, oh my god, that's what I was, oh my god, shoot. Okay, so school ends early today, right? 12:30. And I'm like, okay, we'll play a little bit of tennis. Maybe we won't play tennis. I don't know. But 1 o'clock we get home and we're supposed to make our birthday card for our grandpa, whose birthday we are celebrating on Saturday, which is in 2 days. We have not written the card yet. Not written. Made the card. Instead, I'm playing tennis. And then I'm supposed to write another essay because I'm that far behind. And that doesn't happen either because I'm playing tennis for 4 hours. And then I get home and I'm too tired to do anything, so then I take a nap. And then I eat dinner, and now we're streaming. Oh yeah, tennis. It would have been cool. Also, oh yeah, because on the topic of wholesome stuff, nobody knows these people except maybe Justin. But Peter came back today. Peter, okay, it's too hard to give him context. It's too hard to do justice. But he came back all the way up from UC Santa Cruz. He came back and he was playing today. And I walked in. I'm like, oh, why do we have a random dude in a pink collared shirt here? And then I see Peter, and I yell Peter! Oh my god, Peter's back on the. And I go crazy. Most of it's in my head, but I yell Peter, and then I come over and you know the dumb part? Peter was there. I barely got to play with him at all. It's just okay, yeah, we're digressing here, but Peter's there. Also, Kate, which I don't know if people know, but Kate's also there, and then also Don comes back. I guess people might know him as the dude who got into Princeton but chose UCLA over Princeton. I don't know if I want to be spreading that reputation. I'm realizing that might have been a mistake. I apologize, Don. Hopefully that doesn't make you too mad. Hopefully this doesn't spread. But Don also came back. He stayed for a little bit, hit a little bit. That was fun. And then so I guess we're just okay, Christmas candid edition. We're just gonna talk about everything. So this year, right? So I said over the summer that we burnt out, we degenerated. We, as in me, I, I degenerated. I don't know why I speak as if I'm a we, as if I'm like a king and I'm using the royal we, but I degenerated. Degenerated sounds wrong. I degened. And I look online and it's like, oh, you just start your college apps in June, July. So I'm like, okay, yeah, that kind of makes sense. I don't want to procrastinate, so like I'm starting in June, July, except I don't get anything done. Like I get a list of like I'm like, I probably want to apply at UC's, probably Stanford. I'm like, but no, we gotta spread our wings. We gotta spread our reach. We gotta apply to like 20 schools. So then we expand our list to like just 35 schools, and then we're like, not 35. We're just like we're looking at colleges and we're like just off of like gut instinct, just looking at the basic stuff. We'll just add it to the list and then we'll pull them all later. And then one by one, it goes back down all the way down to 6 or 5. Is it 5? Now it's 5. It was 6, and it was at some point over 30. We spent a long time doing that. I spent a long time doing that. Holy smokes, I use the word we way too much, as if there's another person inside me. But, what was the point of this? Oh yeah, so basically, by the time school starts, I still have not done anything. I still don't even know fully what colleges I'm applying to. I don't know what major I want to do. I don't have my activities ready. I don't have any essays ready. I don't have anything done, other than the fact that we're probably applying to UCs and Stanford and see if we can find other stuff. I don't know yet. But then we're like, oh man, we just wasted our whole summer. But okay, the beginning of the year, September, October, usually it's pretty chill, so maybe we can start writing our essays because that kind of makes sense, right? You don't want to be writing your essays in November. Not for God forbid you write it during Thanksgiving break. So like on a daily basis, we're like, and like it's not like we don't write. It's like on a daily, not daily basis, but like we plan it to be a daily basis. It ends up being like more of like we might have a couple of streaks of like 5 days in a row where it happens, and then we have a streak of like a week where we don't do it. But like wake up in the morning and we write for 20 minutes because like all I have to do is get up, see the prompt, and just write about it. It does not have to make sense. It does not have to do anything. I just have to see the prompt and I just have to be typing for 20 minutes. And theoretically, what was supposed to happen was that at some point we would have an epiphany and we would figure out what we wanted to write about. And because we had the idea of college apps looming over us from the beginning of September until apps were due, why are we using we? I was not able to indulge in the things I want to indulge in because it's like anytime that I want to indulge in like, maybe we can stay for maybe I can stay for tennis for like until like 5 because that's what I used to do freshman year, and that made me made me really okay. I'm just gonna use we because apparently I cannot remove it from my vocabulary. So playing tennis and like staying late until it was dark, staying until the courts had to be closed down, that made me really happy because it was so carefree and tennis was so fun, especially with the people that used to be there. I love tennis. But every time that thought rose, it's like, we have college apps to do. And does it make sense? Like, what if we regret it later? What if we get to the point where it's like Thanksgiving break and we still have nothing? And we think back and we're like, we could have been done already if we had not spent like that afternoon on tennis, which had no outcome, there was no purpose to it. And sure, we had a little bit of fun, but that was confined to solely that moment, and now we're regretting it. That thought process prevents me from indulging the things that I want to do up until Thanksgiving break, and I ironically end up at Thanksgiving break with not a single essay written, not a single idea set in stone. Actually, no, I have one essay that I'm like, we can probably write about this. And funny enough, that's the essay I end up not writing about. Like I write the whole essay and then I'm told that it's terrible, and I realize that it is terrible, and we write a wholly separate essay that's not at all related. But yeah, I've not been able to indulge in anything because of apps. And I ended up doing apps in a week, which don't recommend it. Like looking back, I don't see that the only way that I would have written the essays is with the urgency. So I don't think I could have done any better. But it would have been nice if I didn't have to kill my brain 10 times over to write my essays that probably are not very good. So on that topic, today we played, but going back to where we started with this, playing tennis for 4 hours today. We haven't done that in like, we did that during summer, I think. It wasn't 4 hours, it was like 3.5 or 3. But it felt good to indulge in that again. What was the topic I was getting on? Wholesome activities. I don't know. I think we've exhausted that pipeline. No. What were we talking about? I feel like we've gone on like, if there's like an imaginary like branching tree, feels like we've just like, we're supposed to go in a straight line, and we're like, oh, look at this thing. Oh, let's come back. No, we're gonna keep like, it just kept on branching off and off until like, I don't remember how we got here anymore. Something about wholesome, happy stuff. Okay, I think before I talk about other stuff, which was really fun to talk about this stuff, by the way. I don't know if people cared, but I'm gonna scroll up to the stuff that I did not talk about, the chat in chat, because I was trying to not focus. Strong. Oh, okay. Why is this not working? Justin asked, do hamburgers and cheeseburgers go well with fries? I cannot answer that question because I do not know if hamburgers and cheeseburgers go well with fries. Because, oh, okay, we're gonna talk from the perspective of somebody who does not eat meat, but who does eat vegetarian burgers. And I'm not going to at all contest the idea that vegetarian burgers taste anywhere close to as good as real burgers, because I don't know. I can't say. And it's also probably subjective. But I like fries by themselves, and I like burgers by themselves, the way that vegetarian burgers are. And then together, like, I can see them as like like, when I think of two foods together, I think of like mixing them together, like the idea of like putting the fries inside of burgers, which I don't think is that good. Like, let's say chips and sandwiches. I love like when you put like chips inside of like a sandwich, especially like potato chips inside of like a Subway. I find that to be really good. I personally love that. But as like a side by side, sure, I'd say burgers go with fries, in my opinion. Um, what was I talking about? Fries. I was gonna say something about that. Oh, let's say it for the content. So like, there was a period in like of like a couple of weeks where like my breakfast was okay. You know, like Hawaiian rolls from Costco, like the ones that are like sweet and taste really good. So I'd get that, right? Kind of cut down the middle, not all the way. Like, you're just gonna open it up, right? It's gonna be like that. And then you put cream cheese inside of it because you know you want to be unhealthy. You want to just put, you just want that. You want it tastes good, right? And then icing on the cake, you put hot Cheetos inside. Doesn't make any sense. But we had hot Cheetos, and like for my household, that's like sort of like a, not a luxury, but it's like my mom is really good at cooking healthy food, and I really appreciate it. Like, it's hard to state how valuable that is, and how valuable makes it sound like I'm putting a value, like it's like a quantitative thing, like how appreciative I am of the fact that I have have a household that values health and cooking well, and values it over unhealthy food, and like, okay, values health over convenience. So like having hot Cheetos in the household, in the side of the house, was like a rarity. I'm not gonna call it luxury. I'm gonna call it a rarity. That did not happen very often. So like, I wanted like hot Cheetos. I want to eat those. So like, there's a period where I just had like Hawaiian rolls with cream cheese and hot Cheetos, and they were amazing. I love them. I don't think I would love them anymore because I would just, as I eat it, I would just dwell on the fact on how like unhealthy they actually no. I think they would taste really good. I don't want them right now, but I think if I was craving them, they would be quite nice. But oh, we were talking about geometry. We never even finished that tangent. Okay, we can tell the story. Also, my ears are starting to hurt from the earbuds. Hopefully, the audio does not get scuffed. Tell me if audio gets scuffed. I can switch to like headphones or something. But let's hope that the mic does not die. Mic is a little bit confused. How is mic? Is there echo? Is there stuff happening? Ow. Yeah, my ears are kind of hurting from earbuds. I'm fragile. Hopefully audio's not bad. I'm gonna assume that audio is okay and echoey. Really? Thank you for telling me. Man. Way too dank. I don't like headphones. I think I look dookie in headphones. My head looks wider in headphones. It looks like because my head is already very triangular. Like I don't know. I don't see people with triangular faces, but like I have a very triangular facial structure. People have like circular faces, ovular faces, or like and sometimes even square. But like, I feel like I'm very triangular. Like I tried to cut down the sides so it's not like that, but like this just makes my head look like omega wide. Also, I'm sorry. The audio is probably still super dank. Let's see if this works or not. Alright. Audio test. Oh. Why are things spiking? Like this baseline audio. Can I get a mic check? Also, I don't know what happened to the camera, but all of a sudden my... Okay, thank you. Also, this... I don't know how good these headphones are, but like they are dookie. But seems like it works. Also, okay, what I was just saying was that like, for whatever reason, my skin looks smooth in this lighting. And like usually I'm not obsessed with appearance, but like on the topic of like triangular head, why does skin look smooth? Because my skin is not smooth like that, and my hair is like not usually like this. Nice. Okay. Um. Okay, we're gonna respond to chat stuff before I go on the side tangent because I think the side tangent is not particularly relevant. Okay. Emma says, to be honest, I experienced a lot more stress than a middle schooler should not have experienced taking geometry. I thought that, in my opinion, geometry is not hard. It's just like memorizing. It's just so much. Like I don't know if this is like a school to school thing. Like at Marina, it's just memorizing. It was not, in my opinion, not a hard class. It was just so much memorizing. Proofs were just really tedious. Um, I personally did not find it to be a very useful or relevant class. I think the only useful thing that came out of it was sine and cosine tangent. Um, People who went to Stacy. I've been told that Ortega was not. Ortega is the English honors teacher for 8th grade at Stacy. I was told that Ortega was not that traumatic, specifically by. Actually, no, we're not going to name names because that's a little rude. But I was told that it's not that bad. But even now, if I were to take that class again, I think, okay, I wouldn't struggle as much, but I would struggle a whole lot. And also, by the way, that was like the one class that I've ever gotten a B in. I got a, to be fair, it was because I didn't participate in the debate, and also because I didn't put the works I did in my newspaper project, which was minus 10 points out of 100. But let's say if you, like, it just felt like any mistake was punished. I got a B on one assignment because I put an extra enter between in MLA format, right? You go name, teacher, class, date, and then next line is title, right? I put date, enter, title. And you know what that means? That means my grade goes from a 10 out of 10 on that essay to a 7.5 out of 10 or something like that. I dropped down to a C or a B. Not my grade on that assignment. I'm like, I don't understand how that merits. Like, this is me being like not stingy. I don't know what the word is, but I was like, seriously. And then also this one's the one that really annoys me the most, which is like, so we had like there's like a little like a slip of paper, right? It's like that big, right? And we're just writing like it's like a film blank. It's like I will achieve my AR points by, and you finish the sentence. Like, what are you gonna do? How are you gonna act so that you can make your AR points happen? So I finish the sentence, right? And it's like it's fill in the blank. It's not like you're writing the full sentence. But I don't put the period at the end of the sentence because I'm just like it's just a fill in the blank. And sometimes one of the fill in the blanks was like you just write in like 3 words. So I wrote down 3 words and I didn't put the period at the end of the sentence for 2 of the sentences that were both fill in the blank. So I get minus 2 points out of 10 on what should have been a free assignment because all it is like, okay, what's your AR goal for this semester? Oh,
99 points. Oh, okay. Now, how are you gonna make that happen? Oh, I'm gonna read more books. I'm gonna read one chapter every day, and like, because I don't put periods on it, I get -2 points. And like, it's not like it's a big deal for your grade, but like the mental impact, the mental trauma of like, I'm noticing that I'm adopting a very rant-like voice and tone. That's probably not right. Um, yeah, what Emma just said, yeah, Emma says, I feel like it's fine when the teacher points out those details, but deeming points is unnecessary. 100% agree. Um, but yeah, for me, Ortega was like very, like, I just hated the busy work. I like, like last year and this, like, I had more homework eighth grade than I have had across, like, not combined, but like, freshman year didn't have that much homework, sophomore year didn't have that much homework, junior, senior year didn't have that much homework. Just Ortega, that eighth grade, I felt like I had more work on a daily basis than I do in high school. Also, I'm ranting again. But that class was like, that was the, what hurt. But, Mr. Peach's birthday, I don't know, Justin. Mr. Newman's birthday, I need to write that down. All right, y'all gonna have to excuse me for a bit because I care about this, unfortunately. Um, what are we talking again? Um, wow, I lost my train of thought. What was I gonna do? Oh, Mr. Newman's birthday. Shoot, how do I find this? Newman birthday. Okay, okay, wait. For the people who care, Mr. Newman's birthday is. Am I allowed to say this? I'm probably allowed to say this. February 7th. Hopefully, we have the same level of party that. What? Oh, I put okay. Um, Same level of partying as we did for previous years. Uh, February 7th. Oh, how he's gonna be turning 44 this year. 40, no, 44 next year in the year of 2023, which makes him 1979. Okay, hugs are nice. Yes, absolutely. I love hugs. Sprong's birthday. Um, Derek is an August boy. Oh, his birthday already happened. Apologies, Sprong. I didn't know. Sprong says that I should have played basketball with David and you. Okay, basketball. I think it's the same thing as not no not the same as soccer, but okay, basketball. Wait, what I just said. Same thing as soccer for me in terms of my skill. Not very different sports, but for me. So basketball, I can shoot. I can play horse. I'm also I don't think I'm good at it anymore, but like I was like god tier at grannies, like between the legs, just like I was like I just had like I don't know, I could aim it perfectly. I had the trajectory, I had the physics calculated, I had the 2D kinematic, no 3D, no 2D kinematics. I had it all like in my head at like age 8, and then I lost it. But I could do like half courts really easily with granny. Like I was good at that. But I cannot dribble, I cannot pass, and I cannot lay up. I cannot do anything fundamental basketball except for shoot, and only if I'm unguarded. If I'm guarded, I cannot shoot. So if you want to play horse, you want to play lightning, I'm down. But I suck at everything else related to whatchamacallit, basketball. And what I meant by it being the same as soccer, I can kick the ball and I can actually steal the ball reasonably well because I like I'm like not afraid of invading physical space, which is probably not a good thing, but I that's the way I used to play soccer. I'm good at taking the ball and I'm good at kicking it really hard, but I'm not good at aiming it. I'm not good at dribbling it. I'm not good at passing it. I'm not good at keeping the ball. I'm not good at anything important to soccer except for stealing the ball, which does not happen in soccer ever. I feel like you never steal the ball in soccer. I feel like you can intercept the ball, but like once people are good, it's you cannot steal it from them. Like they'll just pass it or they'll get it past you. Especially if you're invading their physical space, that means it's really easy. At least this is what my brain is calculating. Once you get into their physical space, all they have to do is like get a foot out of that physical space and past you, and you cannot defend anymore. So that's probably why people don't invade physical space much in soccer. Could be wrong. I don't know. That's just like an outsider's point of view. Justin, I'm down to play tennis with you during break. If once once I finish Stanford apps, which should be by the end of the first week, big should. Um, you, I'll try. We're gonna write it down because we're gonna forget otherwise. I said we again. Goat was there, echoey, bad, trig. Emma says it doesn't really matter, you look like a human. Thank you, Emma, I really appreciate it. The problem is that, like, okay, we know it's true, right? But sometimes it's hard to not, right? When you're like, man, I'm ugly. And the thing is that I don't think I'm stereotypically ugly on a daily basis. I just feel like I get frustrated when it's like some days I'm like, hey, we don't look too bad. Like, it's not like we look good, but it's like our hair is like not everywhere, and our face does not look like we got like stuck in like the dryer and then got burned or something. I don't know. Like some days it's like it's nice and some days it's not, and I get confused why it's different on a given day. Especially like let's say today, I don't know if I actually like I don't know if Streamlabs is doing something to my face. Like the past few days, I have not been getting sufficient sleep, sufficient quality of sleep. Diet has not been correct. Physical activity has been haphazard, not well organized. Like I'm not properly taking care of myself, and yet for whatever reason, also yeah, I did not sleep well for the past like okay. Objectively, I've been sleeping well. Like I've not been sleeping at like peak like perfect sleep, and also quantity like the number of hours of sleep. Also objectively good compared, relatively good compared to my peers. But like getting 6.5 hours is not ideal for me. And yet the past 3 days, I have gotten the best test scores I've gotten all year. I have not like achieved this peak level of existence of like academic performance since last year. I did like okay, English test was exceedingly difficult, and yet somehow I ended up extra credit because the curve. To be fair, that was like the curve was massive. Stats I did exceedingly well, even though I did not deserve it. I did not sufficiently study. I did not take care of myself the night before. I don't know why I had peak performance. And physio, I don't know why, but I struggle to get 100 on physio tests. I'm like, okay, oh, get 100. Like, I don't think physio is that hard. Like, I complain about it, but like, it's not like it's AP Bio where it's like super difficult logic. It's like you know it. Like, it's just like you just have to know the information. And it's not like I don't know the information, so I get a little confused why it's like I don't get hundreds on physio, but then I got 100 on a physio test, and I'm like, huh? I went in, I'm like when I was about to submit the test, I'm like, I don't feel like I got 100 on this. I was kind of doubting myself on a couple of them because I just did not know the answer. And then I see the 100, and I get so confused because I have not gotten hundreds on tests. So I don't know why, but like the past few days, academically have been performing extremely well, even though I have not been taking care of myself. Also, my attention span, like it's very apparent here during stream. Like you can see how my attention span is so fragmented, and yet like I should not be able to focus. Like I do not deserve because I'm not taking care of my attention span very well. I do not deserve to like be in such a high cognitive functional state during tests when I don't take care of my attention span, and yet it worked. And also because I've also been working on Stanford apps, which have not been progressing as planned. And my plan is also I need to stick to that very religiously. So very behind schedule. But if I am making progress on those apps at all, that should be an enormous cognitive drain. And that should basically take me out for the rest of the day. Like I should not be able to function for the rest of the day. And yet I'm able to move into the day. I'm able to socially function. And something that I've noticed is that my ability to socialize, to be compassionate, to be considerate and thoughtful is highly reliant on how on my mood, which is like it's not a good thing, right? You shouldn't be controlled by like you shouldn't let your mood control how nice you are to people. And it's not like I'm rude to people. I just don't like I retreat into my shell. I withdraw inwards when I'm not in a good mood. And or like if I'm tired. But like so like after in the morning, I wake up in the morning, I'm a morning person. Like after that, I should be wiped for the rest of the day, and yet the past few days I've been able to continue to function at a high level for no apparent reason. I've also been considerate, compassionate, more so than usual. I'm not saying that I am compassionate, but compared to times when I'm not in a good mood, or generally speaking, it felt like I was more able to socialize and interact energetically with people. And I don't know, it feels like I don't deserve, like, from a self-care point of view, it doesn't feel like I deserve the outcomes I've been getting recently because I like have not been taking care of myself the way I should be if I want to get the outcomes I want. Koi says I'm cute. Thank you, Koi. He's also extremely cute. You guys should. Nope, we're not gonna say that. Um, audio. Okay, we're back. Okay. What were we talking about? Oh, the the path. So algebra one, eighth grade. Somewhere afterwards, don't do anything. Once we once I start freshman year, I find out that specifically three people from my middle school. Naming names is actually not the right thing to do. Okay, so three people from my middle school had taken geometry of the summer, which I did not know was an option. So they were in algebra two trig, even though they went to a middle school that only offered up to algebra one. And being egotistical, I'm like, hey, that's not fair. I could be there too. I just didn't know about it. That's not fair. And usually that would be the end of it. For whatever reason, my ego was just so, what's the word? Aggravated, active. Aggravated seems a little bit too, um, man, I'm not able to speak. Aggravated seems too, and okay, apparently I don't know words anymore. But we're gonna say aggravated, even though it's not the best word. So what ends up happening is I go to the counselor and I ask, hey, is there any way I can catch up to these people? Because I feel like I kind of want to do those classes. I feel like I can do better than I am right now, being the egotistical person that I was, and I guess I still am. So I find out, so I thought that I could just take algebra 2 trig over the summer, boom, catch up by sophomore year. That's not an option. You can take algebra 2 over the summer, you can take trig over the summer, but not both of them. So I'm like, well, what do I do? So she's like, you can talk to your teacher, which was Mr. Nguyen at the time. So I asked Mr. Nguyen, and long story short, we ended up talking to Mr. Cowan, who is the math director. God bless him, he's an amazing soul. I never had him as a teacher, but we'll get to the part why I think he's such an amazing guy. Why am I sharing this? Why do people, what? Oh, I'm just like realizing, like, why are we talking about this? There's no value in this to anybody, and it's not even entertaining. Okay. Also, my eyes are my eyes that red? I can't tell. Um, my brain just like reset or something. What's happening? What? Oh, we're talking about the path to calc. Yeah, we're not gonna talk about it. Okay. Um. Oh, the reason why we were talking about it was because it was one of my regrets. Okay, I regretted not taking geometry over the summer, even though that I had no control over that. What ends up happening is that very long story short, I self-study pre-calc honors, and then I skip from algebra to trig to calc PC. And just to close up the loose end of Cowan, I I was supposed to take calculus one the summer before calculus BC to prove that I knew the sufficient level of calculus in order to take AP Calc BC. And I find out that I have to have the prerequisites, which makes sense. I have to have pre-calculus done in order to take calculus one at Golden West College. But I didn't have it done because I didn't know. Because I would have had to take in it, would have had to take pre-calc during spring and then calc one during the summer. But I didn't know. By then it was already June. And I had already done the self-studying by then. I had already gone through algebra 2 trig during winter break that year, and then pre-calc I did over the course of 3 months, from January to April, which I guess at this point we are bragging and we're getting into the details. But so I had self-studied everything that I need to know, but I did not have the I did not have the credits or the prerequisites to take Calculus 1, and that means, according to the agreement that Mr. Cowan and I had, I did not fulfill my end. I did not take Calculus 1, and there was like, and moreover, like, how does a math director, the director of the math department, justify sending this kid from Algebra 2 to AP Calc PC when there is no evidence that he has done any self-studying? There is no evidence of his ability at all, other than you can say, oh, he did well in Algebra 2 trig, but that has no relation to how well he's going to do in pre-calc honors and his competence and proficiency and mastery over that subject. And yet, nonetheless, I tell him, hey, I can't take the class because I don't have the prerequisites, and is there anything can I like go to school and take like a test to show that I know pre-calc, or like is there something I can do? And he's like, I want to pull up, actually no, that's gonna take too much time, it's not relevant, but he's like, give me your ID number, I'll put you in. And I was like, it's one of those moments, like I said before, like where there's no expectation of it, like there's no reason for me to expect that he would just put me in, because I didn't put in the work to deserve that outcome. I'm using the word outcome in a very specific word, like way, the way that I interpret it, which is the reward, I guess. But there was no reason for me, to have, um, to be able to move into AP Calc PC, because I didn't put in the work that I was supposed to put in. Or I put in the work, but I did not do what I was supposed to do. So I thought I just like wasted like 3.5 months of my life. But then he's like, give me your ID, I'll put you in the class next year. And moreover, like, a more egotistical, like an egotistical teacher would be like, why does this kid want to skip my class? Because Mr. Cowan teaches or taught pre-calc honors. So like, I am constantly emailing him, asking him, hey, can I skip to AP Calc PC? Which is like implicitly saying, hey, can I skip your class? And like, I didn't, like, it wasn't about skipping his class. It was about getting to AP Calc PC. But like, I could 100% see somebody feeling insulted by the fact that like, some dude wants to skip his class. And like, I don't know anything about his teaching style, but I'm pretty sure Cowan's a solid teacher. I don't know because I never had him, but yeah, like that's one of those moments where it's like I didn't expect anything, but then he gave me this enormous gift, and I was so immensely grateful, and that's why I think he's such an amazing man. Unfortunately, I never got to have him as a teacher. So yeah, that's the topic of regrets. I was talking about how I regretted geometry, not taking geometry the summer before freshman year, and then now, I mean, like I guess in the end, it's like the things that happen to you bring you to the position that you're in today, and had things been different in the past, you wouldn't be in the same position as you are in today. And if the position you are in today is not good, then I can see where regret comes from. But I think there are always good things, or like there are always some good things in life, in my opinion. Maybe there's a point where there is nothing good in life. But I think like if you shift your perspective a little bit, there's at least one thing you can hold on to, like the fact that the light is on right now. Like what the heck? I push the light switch and the light comes on, and like the light's been on this whole time, and like I don't have to like make power happen. Like the power just runs up and it makes light happen, and like it's reliable. Like anytime I click the switch, it just turns on. When I want to turn it off, it just turns off. Like the fact that you have like people to talk to. Like if you go down the street and there's like a Starbucks, you ask for Starbucks, you give them money, and they give you coffee or like whatever you asked for. Like, why was I talking about this? It's like, it feels like my brain just gets reset sometimes. Regrets. Oh, mindset? I don't know. But, I guess, okay, so other than that, there's nothing that I really regret. There's a couple of things that I would like recommend that other people, like underclassmen, take a look at, which is, okay, first one is, in my opinion, A push is not worth it. And moreover, even like my path, which was taking normal history, that and then taking the AP exam is also not worth it. I think, in my opinion, the best thing to do is you just take U.S. history the summer before. And also, so at Golden West College, right, U.S. history is split into U.S. history before 1876, which is the end of the Reconstruction, no, end of Reconstruction, and then it's like before 1876 and after 1876. So I thought that like if there are two courses, which means it would take 2 semesters, which means it would take a whole year. We have to take a whole year of U.S. history. So might as well just take it at Marina because it's going to be easier, hopefully. But apparently, no. You only have to take one of those classes. You can just take it the summer before, and then you get U.S. history out of the way, which in my opinion is beneficial. I guess other people could disagree, but that's something that would be kind of cool if I had done that. Um, Also, what you call it? Oh my God, it's almost been 2 hours already. I should probably go to bed soon. Um, Also, like, let's say if you look like people, I guess this is not necessarily true, but I'd say like I could have had the potential to go for valedictorian, but let's say instead of taking AP Hug, actually no, I did not at all because I didn't take PGF honors. But like I could have taken more weighted classes. I could have like instead of virtual enterprise freshman year, I could have taken AP Hug, GPA boost. I could have taken AP Psych instead of virtual enterprise ROP year two. I could have taken AP Com Sci Principles last year, or like this year, or like added another AP instead of physiology, or like I could have like had a 0 period AP. But that's something that somebody could regret if they wish they had a GPA boost. But I don't particularly care for that at all. I don't care about ranking just because, partially because like it does not feel like it means anything at this school specifically because it's really about just counting the number of like weighted classes you've taken and then making sure that you hold A's in all of them. And like an A, like the difference between like in essence, that system says that a 90.01% is the same as a 99% in a given class, which in my opinion it's not. It's like a 9% difference. Um, but I guess that's irrelevant and egotistical. And also clubs. Actually, this probably moves into the next thing, which is anxiety. Um, so how are we gonna? Let's see. How did I organize it in here? Okay, I guess I did not talk about anxiety in here. What? Oh, okay, it's at the very end. I don't know. Chat seems kind of dead, so we might just start wrapping up stream soon. But anxiety. How do we want to touch on this? So okay, first thing is that I've had anxiety. Had is actually a keyword round because it's kind of gone right now, which is really positive. But from okay, the first okay, I call it anxiety. It's not diagnosed, so I am not going to say it. Also, I don't know if this is necessary, but this is not medical advice. Okay, I'm just saying. I'm just talking about what happened to me. So, um, DC student. Oh yeah, Winston sent me the pictures. Sent me a picture that apparently I am January student of the month, which January didn't happen yet. I'm realizing now. Weird. Um, which do you see David? I did not see David. What? What do you mean David? They put the wrong David? They put David Hallworth for your picture or what? Wait, send me the picture. There's another David Tran? Really? Um, It's just some. No, don't worry about. I'm retarding. This is funny. There's just some random David. David, can I show it on stream? The picture. There's just some random David. And okay, I don't know who this guy is. I don't mean to offend him, but like, this is not the David Chan who won the Sunaman. God, this way. Like, unless David got a perm and changed his face and wears chains. It's really funny. Like, it's not him. But yeah. Whatchamacallit? What was I talking about? Anxiety. Okay. First time anxiety, I'm gonna call it anxiety proc, gaming term. Basically, anxiety happened. Was for the very first Project Lumination, and it's not the first stream of my junior. It's the AP Chem Cram review stream. That one. It's not even on our Instagram anymore. I think maybe it is. I don't know. Maybe we deleted the post. Maybe we didn't. But basically, what happened was that we had a stream that was supposed to advertise the club. I had a stream that was supposed to advertise the club. That um review we just like sped run through all the chem topics. Not a good stream, by the way. It was nobody watched it until the parts that mattered. I should have recognized that way earlier. But um, I was extremely anxious, and that was. Is it the worst thing? I don't know, maybe it is the. I guess it's probably the worst anxiety I've ever had. And by worst anxiety, okay, the symptoms. So typical pit in the stomach, right? Like nausea, and then but also on top of that, there was layers of extreme cognitive activity. Like I could not hold a single thought in my mind for more than a second. It was I don't know if other people experience this, but like you know how in dreams it's like you don't have control over anything. But like sometimes when I wake up, I'm still in that mentally dreamlike state. So like my thoughts will just shift and they won't make any sense. There's no logical order to them. They're just like floating. I don't know if that's the word. Also, when did the music turn off? What? What? What happened? Uh, eh. Okay, music's back. Okay. I don't know. I don't feel like sharing this for some reason. Okay, we're gonna get through it because we already started it. I'm getting distracted by the music. Um, we're gonna turn the music down a little bit. Okay. The worst part, and okay, this is what I consider to be anxiety activating, which is I have like my gag reflex just activates. Like it just like I'll just gag. But usually when you gag, you just gag until you barf or until it stops. When I'm anxious, I'm just constantly gagging, and I can try to suppress the urge, but like then it's like a constant cognitive drain. And this is something that repeat like it was not a constant thing, but it would continuously arise whenever they were particularly stressing, and also sometimes random times. Like I would just have to. I feel like I would have to bark, but it's not like I feel like it's different from nausea in that it did not feel like I had to barf. It just felt like my gag reflex was just activating. Okay, now the music is loud on my end, but it's not. Oh, why is it so loud? Okay, we're gonna turn the music up. We're going to keep it low on our end. That's not it. That's not it. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm the lowest. Okay. Um, But yeah, like I would just randomly, my gag reflex would just randomly activate. And it would happen in social situations, in leadership situations, public speaking situations, and random situations where I would just be standing or existing or eating breakfast, and then it would happen. And we're not going to be able to get, or I'm not going to be able to get into the depths of the symptoms because for whatever reason, my brain is starting to slow down. For whatever reason, like I'm just, like, I can feel that I don't want to talk anymore for some reason, so we're just going to try to wrap this up now. I think part of his chat's kind of dead. So, okay, we're gonna try to wrap this up. What did I see? Man, I hate how me checking viewers affects the way I talk. Like, seeing that a like particular person is in chat changes the way that I'm able to convey myself, which is frustrating to me. Because I can't just be, I have to be a person to a particular person or group of people. I think I should just not ever check that again. Because it, like, even the past, I guess, 2 hours now, but the past, like, hour, once I saw the people who were in chat, the way that I talked, the things I talked about, the way, like, the content of my speech, the tone of my speech, the way I approached certain topics changed. As if I was speaking to those people or speaking, like, knowing that I would be heard by those people. And I think there is a certain validity to doing that. Like, obviously, like, there are certain things you can't say around certain people because it's not going to be interpreted the same way as you would with other people, right? Like, you cannot jokingly insult the principal because that is not appropriate and is not going to be interpreted the same way as you jokingly insulting your friend who also jokingly insults you. So it's not entirely bad, but I don't like how much it affects this, which is a much more candid stream, and does not need to be any more formal than it is, which is not very formal at all. Like not articulating very well either. Hopefully music's not too loud. Um, Man, I just don't want to talk about anxiety anymore. I guess, okay, final thing we're going to talk about is, final thing I'm going to talk about is how since October 15th, because that date matters to me, anxiety has not gone away. I have not, I feel like it's a person. Anxiety has not gone away, but, anxiety has not gone, brain, okay, anxiety, anxiety, wow, I'm just gonna speak. I do not have anxiety, I still have anxiety, but not as frequently as before, and also it's, in my, like, really, it's 100% restricted to situations that are justifiably anxiety inducing. And why October 15th? That was the day that let's make sure that, okay, that was October 15th, was that Friday or Saturday? That's kind of important. October 15th. Okay, October 15th was the last day that I used Instagram. I have not been on Instagram since. Which, to be fair, 2 months. Not that long, which is kind of weird because it does feel like it's been forever. Like, and I don't think Instagram was the cause of my anxiety, but with the elimination of Instagram as a part of my life, it's like, wow, I am speaking so formally right now. With the elimination of Instagram as part of my life. Okay, since I stopped using Instagram, I've so, okay, we're gonna get formal again. So, Instagram was like a very dopaminergic behavior for me. Like, I would go on there to seek dopamine, to get that hit. And it's kind of dumb because, okay, my relationship with Instagram is kind of weird. So, first, like a normal person, I would have Instagram on my phone. And then freshman year, I'm like, it's becoming kind of a problem. We're kind of wasting a bunch of time. So let's use the iPhone app limits. I'm noticing that I'm much more interested in talking about Instagram than anxiety. But I guess stream's still going. So my brain just died again. Instagram. Okay. So then I started using app limits on iPhone, which basically like after a certain amount of time, you have to like it restricts you from using the app. The thing is that all you have to do is press ignore or something like that, and then you're just back on the app. So that didn't work. And then during the pandemic, in my opinion, I waste disgusting amounts of time. I don't know if it's objectively disgusting. I would go on like 1 to 2 hour binges on Instagram, just scrolling. And I didn't like that. Like, hurt my eyes, hurt my brain, no value. Did not enjoy it. That's like the most important. Like, I'm okay with that. I would be okay with it if I actually enjoyed it more, but I did not even enjoy it. I'm like, there are only cons. There is no plus. So then, eventually, I don't know when this ended up happening, but I don't know. So first transition was that I would use Instagram, and because like for clubs, junior year especially, for clubs run on Instagram. So whenever I needed Instagram on my phone for stuff, then I would use it. I would like re-download it, I would use it, and as soon as I was done, delete it. But then with clubs, you have to like, there's a certain like everyday part of it. Like with clubs, you have to like, oh, I gotta tell my PR officers to post this. Oh, I need to remind my board that this is gonna happen tomorrow. And so I started using Instagram on my Chromebook last year. And I only downloaded Instagram on my phone to post stories, because you cannot post stories on Chromebook. You can on a computer. You can post, but you cannot post stories. And then, even then, like sometimes I would like download Instagram, post a story, and then I would scroll, and I would just hate it. It's like I don't enjoy it, but I keep on doing it. So whoever designed that, I guess props to them. Whoever designed the Instagram's like UI. But what happens next? And then eventually it gets to the point where like I'm scrolling on Chromebook. I'm like, sure, I'm not using the For You page anymore because it's kind of awkward using the For You page on Chromebook. But even then, I'm scrolling through posts, scrolling through stories, checking Instagram like impulsively and without having any sense of control over myself. And from my understanding, that's normal. But I don't like that. I don't like not having control over myself. And I don't like wasting time. I don't like doing things I don't enjoy doing. Overall, the whole experience was terrible. And then, I don't know when it got to this point, but at some point, it got to the point where all I used Instagram for was checking DMs, right? All I would do was go on Instagram, hey, any DMs? That's it. I would not press the homepage. I would not look at stories, would not look at posts, and also all on Chromebook, by the way, nothing on phone. And somehow, even then, I still managed to use it as a time-wasting and dopaminergic device. I wasted time on it. I could waste hours on it somehow. And usually the way it would happen was like, oh, any new DMs? Oh, no new DMs? Okay, let me just check this other thing. Okay, then I check back like 30 seconds later, or like a minute later, or 2 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes later. And I would it's like the rat pressing the lever in the experiment, like for dopamine. Like, I was just constantly like, oh, Instagram, Instagram, oh, Instagram, DM. Like, I was losing control over myself. So eventually I quit. And it's because the day before. And also just, okay, a couple of things built up to that. So one is that there have been several times throughout the past year where anxiety has significantly affected my well-being. And on particularly anxious nights, I don't have trouble falling asleep, but I have trouble, like when I'm anxious, my dreams are riddled with anxiety, and I'll wake up and I'll be tossing and turning, but my mind is so muddled with the anxiety, and it's like the dreamlike state of the mind plus the anxiety, like the cognitive discord of the of anxiety. I could not get myself to a conscious point of mind, so I would just be struggling in this limbo state where I could not come to a conclusion or solution because I was not cognitively activated, like I'm conscious enough to do it. So then I was just struggling for like in my sleep. And then also that was like not that's very rare. That's not happened to me like at most 3 times. But the one that's worse is like because anxiety provokes my gag reflex, I just right? Food doesn't go down, which means that like actual meals I could not eat actual meals. Sometimes I try to eat a banana, I try to eat some crackers. Like I'm somebody who needs 3 meals a day that are of significant portion, not in terms of it's a lot. Like they have to be meals. They cannot just be 3 snacks a day. I have to have food. So I would be weak, I would be hungry, and I would be like basically starving myself, except it wasn't like I had no access to food, and it wasn't like I didn't want to eat. I wanted to eat. I just could not eat because I felt like barf. Like every time it went down, I thought I would barf it out, and I would have to struggle to just prevent myself from gagging too much. That would cause me to barf. There have been times where I would just like I'd eat a giant breakfast and then I just barf right before going to school because the anxiety is just too strong, and it's not good. So that, and then also I think Emma might remember this. So like, I'm just walking out from psych with Koi, walking out to the front. Then all of a sudden, like I'm just like I notice anxiety is starting to proc for no reason because, like I said, sometimes the anxiety just comes up for no real apparent cause. That time there was a small cause, but it wasn't like an anxiety worthy cause. But it starts happening, and usually I can just keep walking. But it got to the point where like I knew that if I kept on moving, the the urge to gag would increase. So I had to stop. I crouched down on the floor and I had to double over. I was like, and then afterwards I told Koi and Emma's also there. I talked about how like I have anxiety, like it was anxiety, and I felt like I was at my worst. And then I say something which I as soon as I say it, I recognize that it's extremely it's not good. Which is I say that oh I have anxiety. It's just it's kind of just a side effect of working as much as I do. And I'm like, what the heck? You're saying that you are willing to pay the price of anxiety so that you can get work done? Does that make any sense to you? Does that like maybe for other people it makes sense? For me, it does not make any sense. And that combined with on October 14th, I had like hours straight of just anxiety, which sucked. And I'm like, we cannot continue. I cannot continue to live life the way that I'm living life right now. So we gotta figure things out. I gotta figure things out. And part of that process, a lot of things happen. First thing is that now like, people like my friends have probably noticed like who knows? Probably only summer actually, but I get ready for bed starting at 7:30. Go to bed. The goal is 9. Recently, it's been around 9:30 to 10. But I wake up at 5:30, work in the morning at 5:30, and that's just the new schedule. I also dropped Instagram. I try to get work done during school. The goal is stop working by dinner, which is at usually 5:30, but sometimes 6. Sometimes I'll try to stop working by 6:30. 6:30 to 7:30, I'm not supposed to be doing like it sounds like something a parent would enforce on their kids, like an authoritarian parent, like a terrible like strict parent would enforce on their kids. But this is something that I've enforced on myself. So a bit dictatorial, authoritarian, but it's a choice that I make to limit suffering, I guess. But I like basically revamped the way that I was living my life. And then also like a big thing was that Instagram, it would always be something I checked near the end of my day, and that would just take up so much time, and my sleep schedule would always get messed up by Instagram because I would just keep on waiting for the dopamine hit, and like when I got the dopamine hit, I would want more, and when I didn't get it, I'm like, oh, okay, we'll probably just go to bed when something happens, and it doesn't ever happen. So then we would always go to bed at like relatively speaking, compared to other people, not at all bad hours. Like 11 was considered bad, and I still consider it bad because it messes up my ability to work. But like it messed me up. So like getting rid of Instagram, it just like it removes the number of options that I have to distract myself from going to bed. So now my options are listening to music, which is kind of hard to do. Watching YouTube is still there, but like I try to limit the number of like make it a lot harder for me to go onto YouTube. And it sounds like who is this kid who's trying to remove all of the enjoyable things in life from himself? Like those things are not like sometimes they're enjoyable, especially when I'm brain dead and I can't get any work done. I can't even enjoy stuff like playing piano, playing tennis. So like I think there is use to them, but generally speaking, will enjoy talking to friends, going to the gym, going to play tennis, playing the piano, getting even getting work done. Like I will enjoy that more than just scrolling through Instagram, binging YouTube videos, binging Twitch videos. Like, and it says it shows that you have priorities. True, but like I think it's a different type of not happiness, but it's like different axes. Like there's this there's a sort of almost like cheap or like artificial happiness to watching YouTube, which like I 100% agree that like YouTube can be gratifying. Especially if you have like you find your content creators, you find your people. But I don't lost my train of thought. I just came to the conclusion that Instagram is just not it for me. Okay. Before I answer that question, because it seems like it's a valuable question, I'm gonna go to the restroom because I've been drinking a lot of water. Apologies. Okay, don't worry about it being long. No, I like long questions personally. I'll get back to that. Okay, we're back. Before I answer the question, I think there was something I wanted to wrap up with Instagram. Okay, so I quit Instagram, and since then I have quit. The only downsides that I've seen so far is that one, clubs run on Instagram. So first of all, I cannot keep up with other clubs, especially if I have to miss their meetings for any particular reason, or if I don't want to go to their meetings, which is a bit annoying. Also, I guess more poignant is the fact that I run clubs. Like I'm the president of two clubs, also on the board of another club. And usually it's kind of important, if clubs got communications, you kind of want to be up to date with those. But part of it is that the fact that I am president of two clubs, it's actually nice because I control the means of communications, which means that first what I did was I just would text people individually, and now we just have a group chat on the messages. And sure, the account, or like club account, is still run on Instagram. I still have an officer, like I have an officer who runs it. I do not run the account anymore for both, for Illuminate and for Chess. I just like I have a group chat for like my public relations officers. I have a group chat for the whole like the whole club. And is it ideal? No. And like sometimes people like as the president of the clubs, people will DM me for like collabs and stuff, but I am not on Instagram, which I profusely apologize for, but like I've sort of it's not even like a proper calculation, but like I look at it, I'm like, is it worth going back on Instagram so I can talk to these people? No. Like the damage, and I'm not gonna say that Instagram was the cause of the damage, but the lifestyle I was living while I was using Instagram, as opposed to the lifestyle that I am living in, like general contentment when I am not using Instagram, is so drastic that I do not want to like return to any aspect of that prior lifestyle if possible. So like like my friend groups, like one of my friend groups want to organize stuff or social stuff, but they're on Instagram because it makes sense. Like it does make sense. It's just that I'm not on Instagram, and it makes things a little bit hard. But like thankfully we have Winston. I don't know if Winston's here, but God bless him. When something happens in the group chat, he tells me, and I ask him sometimes if he can communicate something. Like he's like he's the like a big reason why I'm still able to connect with that friend group. It's like wow. But like I thought I needed Instagram a lot more than I did, and I've just the ways that Instagram was useful to me, I've just sort of found like workarounds, and they're not as convenient as Instagram, but the cost of using Instagram for me is way higher than any benefits it might give me. So I just not interested. Okay, so we're gonna answer the question. Bubbles, which is a familiar username, apparently first time chat, but I cannot. I'm trying to remember who Bubbles is. Maybe I don't know who it is. But first thing, don't worry, that's a long question. Like if you text me or know me, like I am somebody who sends excessively long texts. Like, so I personally appreciate longer texts because firstly it shows that there's more thought or detail, and secondly it's like actually no, that's the only thing. Like it's just there's more thought, there's more detail. Especially when you're asking questions, I prefer when there is detail. It's useful. So the question is, how did you stop using Instagram? Were there things that you told yourself or thoughts that you had that helped you stop using it? Do you have any specific tips? Honestly, so much respect for you because social media in general has negatively affected so many people, but it's normalized in a way, and getting out of that is hard, personally speaking, as well. Okay, so this was not an active thought process, but this is sort of more of a reflection, and also something that I've heard not from other people but online, which dubious because it's online, but it's the idea that change, especially from the perspective of addiction, which I would consider like it's weird because I like for me spending like 2 hours, 3 hours on Instagram was like excessive for a day, which I don't know, like maybe that is excessive for other people, maybe it's not. I think TikTok, I never went to TikTok because I knew that would just destroy me and I did not want to start that train wreck. But from the perspective of addiction, change is slow, change is gradual. But okay, yeah, so if you look at my progress, I wanted to quit Instagram as early as freshman year. I'm a senior now, and I quit October 15th of this year. And to be fair, it's only been 2 months, so we cannot say whether this is a successful quit or not. I cannot say. But freshman year to now senior year, it's a process. And it's the way I see it is that like change, especially since this is like on a neurological level, because Instagram is targeting. I can't say whether it's actively targeting, but the way that it interacts with your brain is that it's interacting with parts of your brain, which means that if you want to stop, it's not as simple as like, oh, Instagram bad, quit Instagram, me happy. If only. And especially the more you've used Instagram, the harder it's gonna be to break off of it. And there's a whole process of like, oh, what does Instagram provide for you? Like, why is it that you use Instagram? Is there like how can you learn to live a life without that, or how can you get that thing from separate locations or other locations? Like how can you there's a lot of smaller things, but I'm just gonna focus on the general like path, which is that it's long, right? So like I said, there was several steps. So first it was setting app limits on my phone, but then I find out that doesn't work, and then I whatchamacallit, first it's app limits, and then it's setting, like I put passwords on the app limit, so then that's another step. You're just slowly adding more and more friction, and then I delete the app after every single use. So I guess one big thing is creating more and more friction to it, because the app itself is designed to be extremely easy to use and extremely desirable to use. So once you're in the interface of the app, it's, in my opinion, in my experience, it's a lot harder to get out of it. I think that TikTok is probably even more so. I think Instagram is probably less predatory on that part of your brain, but yeah, so like increasing friction to getting onto the platform. Like so like first it was putting like an app limit, which is easily bypassable. Then you put a password on the app limit, so it's a little bit harder to bypass. And then you delete the app, so that every time you want to use the app, you have to go into the app store, type out the full app, or type out like the first letter of the app name, press the app, press download the app, wait for the app to download, then click the app. And yeah, and then to delete the app, all you have to do is have the willpower to eventually get off the app and delete the app. So it's like a very small thing to create the friction, but to get through the friction is immense. And even then, that is not sufficient. It was not sufficient for me, because then I just jumped to my Chromebook, right? And I think going to Chromebook is a big thing because the interface on the Chromebook is not as convenient as it is on your phone. Like it's a lot easier to scroll TikTok on your phone than it is on a computer. Like it's just not the same. So by shifting to my Chromebook, I think that helped. And also, it sounds so boomer. Like, oh, I use Instagram on my Chromebook, not even my computer, my Chromebook. Like, so it is pretty boomer, but like that's the way that it worked out for me. And what happens next? So like I'm still using Instagram on my Chromebook, and then on my phone I'll download it for stories and stuff. And I'm still using the full span of the app. I'm still using the explore page. I'm still like following people, looking at their stories, looking at their posts, etc. And then eventually, because I'm on my Chromebook, it starts to go down to like I don't use the explore page because it's not convenient, and it's not just a simple click. I have to move my mouse, I have to click there. The interface is not as seamless. It is not as convenient. Also, going onto Instagram on your Chromebook, you have to open up your Chromebook. Like it's more inconvenient, more friction once again. And then from there, after a certain point, there's a certain amount of emotional buildup of frustration and self-hate as I continued to use and waste time and be unhappy and to suffer on the app. Like whenever I was using the app on my Chromebook, so I don't remember how it happened, but after a pretty significant period of time, I decided that we're only going to use Instagram DMs, and it was a very specific way we had to do it. So on your Chromebook, right, like on a computer, when you press, like let's say you want to go to Instagram.com, right, you press I, it's gonna show up, especially if you use the site a lot. And what I had to do was, if I press Instagram and then I tell myself, hey, we're just gonna check messages, that's not gonna work, because every single time we go on Instagram, we're gonna see the first post, we're gonna see the line of stories of all the people who have posted new stories recently. You're gonna see all that stuff, and the app is designed to make it very hard to not look at that stuff and to not get derailed. So what I had to do was literally repeatedly keep on typing Instagram.com/direct/inbox, because that is the way you go from search bar straight to your messages. And at first, for a long time, like several months, my Chromebook refused to have that as a default. Like if I pressed I, it would go to Instagram.com instead of Instagram.com/direct/inbox, even though I spent way more time going to Instagram.com/direct/inbox. And that was the way that I had to it was just slowly increasing the friction, like in a doable way, to make it harder, and also to wean myself off of Instagram, because it had to be a long process. It was not, I could not just suddenly increase the friction, because then I would just have this sudden energy to break past that friction and use the app again. And also, every single time that I took a step to increase friction to make Instagram less accessible, in my mind I believed, hey, this is gonna work. We're gonna fix things. And it wouldn't fix things. But it would, and what would happen is that I would think that it would fix things, and it wouldn't, and I would get frustrated. There would be an emotional buildup. It would give me enough motivation to add on that next step of friction. So first I put the app limits, and then I find myself wasting time on Instagram again. I would just press ignore again and again. So then I put the password, and again that doesn't work. And slowly it's like an iterative process. Like I put out a solution, the solution doesn't work. I notice the solution doesn't work. I notice what about the solution doesn't work. Then I implement or add on to the solution, and then repeat. And in my mind, I never thought it would be like what really was a 3-year long process. But it's and that was part of the reason why, if you think about it now, if I say oh, you want to quit Instagram, it's gonna take 3 years. That's not very motivating. And maybe it won't take 3 years, or maybe I'm just saying that because I don't want you to give up. But I don't think it has to take 3 years. I think it can be faster, but it will take time. It's not going to be fast. And I think it's important to recognize that, because then you don't get frustrated when you don't get it done you don't quit Instagram within a month. And so yeah, and then eventually the point where I quit altogether was, like I said, the point where the anxiety became too much. And from there, it was just a little bit of iterating, problem solving. Hey, so how are we going to text our friends? Oh, we can just get phone numbers. That's pretty chill. People have phones. And then hey, how are we going to communicate with our clubs? Hey, we have our board's phone numbers. Let's just, whoever we don't have phone numbers of, we just get their phone numbers. We talk through there. Hey, we need to talk to the whole club. We can just make a group chat with all the phone numbers. It was just oh, there's a problem. Here's a solution. Here's a problem. It would be more convenient with Instagram where everything already resides. But I personally value my own lack of suffering, I guess. Lack of suffering, over the small conveniences that Instagram provides me personally. I think Instagram can be more valuable to other people, especially people who are more on a social, like who thrive on social platforms. But yeah, and I think another thing is that we're gonna try to make this one shorter, but this parallels to how I ended up quitting League, which you could argue that I didn't quit League because I played it like in October again to play with, like, I played a 5 stack, or I guess it was a 4 stack and then a 3 stack with my friends. But League was like it was an issue for me, and long story short, I tried to quit several times, and it was just a process. First, I would quit for like, is that Gianna? Is that, oh my, Bobo is Gianna? Oh. Oh. I think it's good that I didn't know it was you, because I think that I wouldn't have, like, my answer might have been, I don't know if this is gonna sound bad to you, but I don't think my answer would have been, I don't think my answer would have been the, as, not as authentic, but as raw as it was. Like, just like, there was no filter. So, I think it was good. I think it's bad for me to know who Chat is, but it's kind of hard to change that. But, yeah, you're the only person who calls me W President, so I knew as soon as I saw that. But I was speaking to you as if you were some rando on the internet. So I guess I don't know, it's probably a good thing, because then I'm fully honest. There's no relationship to keep up. I can just be as honest as I can be. But like, the way that I quit League was like, okay, first I would like try to, like, I say, oh, we're not gonna play as much. Oh, we're only gonna play on the weekends. Oh, we're gonna play only like one game. Oh, we're gonna play only 1 hour. Doesn't work. And then but it was a process. Like, every restriction that I put on myself, that I put on myself, not on others, and others put on me. Like, I put on myself. My friends would ask me like, bro, why do you only play one game? Like, what? Like, is it not fun? I'm like, no. I would say that I'm just kind of busy, but oh yeah, no problem, Gianna. Thank you for asking. Actually, felt good to reflect on that, because I have not properly thought about it. But and then it was once again just like a long process, where it's like, first I tell myself only on Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Then it's like only up to like 3 games, and you have to have breaks in between the games. And then it's like, oh, only 2 games, only 1 game. And I wouldn't always stick to it, but it was like slowly teaching my brain to close down like the boundaries of what I could do. And then eventually I deleted it. I'm like, oh, that's it. We're done with League. Easy clap. Then I came back to League. Don't remember. I think it was like maybe a couple of days, a couple of weeks. I think it was like 5 weeks. That's how long I was able to quit. And I came back. It was just, I don't remember why I came back, how I came back, but I ended up coming back to League. And all the hate, toxicity came back up. And then in the end, I ended it was a process. I kept on downloading, deleting, trying like more restrictions, and then eventually I got to the point where I deleted it, and then I was able to fulfill that urge to have fun in a different way, which I don't remember what that way was. I think it was being busy with other stuff. The same way I think a lot of people have, especially junior year, you end up quitting a lot of video games just because you just don't have the time to do it. You just have a competing interest. You fill up that need and that time with something else that you value more, and you slowly wean yourself off of the other thing, of the addicting thing. And yeah. Let's go back up to something Emma said. I saw it, but I did not read it properly. I would like to have full-on discussions, but I can only speak through chat. Yeah, I thought that's the awkward thing. So I would be down to have you in call, but then it's like, what happens when I'm talking? And then, like, let's say I talk, then you respond. Like, then you're sort of forced to respond, because then if I'm monologuing and there's a silence, then there's sort of like an obligation on whoever chatter, in this case it would be Emma, whoever, like, if we're in call, there would be an obligation for you to respond, and then it would end up being a co-host stream, which I'm actually okay with, but it's like, then the topic becomes about a discussion between me and Emma, as opposed to just a conversation generally. But I don't know, it does feel like the chat is dead like this, and it's me monologuing for what's now been 2 hours and 38 minutes. My brain reset again. What about why my brain just dies sometimes. Okay. Um. Yeah. So I. Okay. We have time, or I want to go to bed, but okay. Let's figure things out. So how do we increase chat interaction? I feel like okay. The obvious answer is that chat just talks more. Like they just like whenever they feel like whatever they feel like saying, they just say. Okay, I have a question. Are you guys watching the stream or are you guys just listening? Because my assumption is that everybody's just listening while they're doing something else. Oh my god, my eyes are so red. Oh. But yeah, can I ask you guys that? Like, are you guys watching or are you guys just listening and doing something else? Because my assumption is that especially with there's nothing on screen, it's not like I'm gaming. Was I was doing this? You're watching? Okay, so okay, I li shoot, you guys watch? What the heck? I don't know if you have like strong attention spans, because I don't think I'm actually okay. I don't think I'm visually that entertaining. Like I am not playing video games. There's nothing happening on screen. I'm not even looking at camera. Like right now, I'm not looking at camera. I'm not looking at camera for majority of the time. I am confused about a lot of stuff about streaming because like, let's say for me streaming, I'll only be watching. Actually, no. Yeah, no. Usually, I'm only watching streamers if they're doing stuff, not if they're just talking, chilling. And I don't, especially like this stuff is not like entertaining. What you talk about is relatable, and that's what makes it entertaining. Okay, but then when it's like that, it's like what I talk about, not I guess me kind of, but like I don't get why. And it's not even like an appearance thing. I'm just saying like, why do people look at people talk for like I don't know how long you guys have been watching for, but especially like let's say Eileen, like I don't mean this in any offensive way at all. But like we just okay. I want to be very clear that this is not intended in any way to be offensive in any manner. And if you feel offended, shoot, I don't even know what to say. Like I do not mean this to be in any way offensive. Hopefully you don't take it as offensive, and please let me know if I offend you. But I would say that we're not super. Shoot, it sounds so wrong to say, but we're not close. Like I don't interact with you at all, other than stamping. Okay, man, this sounds super bad to say. I hope that I'm not offending you by saying that. Um, basically, okay, so like the majority of people in chat, like I've talked to on a daily basis, or I've talked to frequently in the past. Okay, thank you. I feel so I felt so bad saying that. Like, cause like basically it's like okay, I'm your TA for math, so I'll stamp your papers. I'll talk to you sometimes, and then we have like mutual friends. I talk to Jason, you talk to Jason. I talk to Summer, you talk to Summer. Don't really know who else. But then it's like I'm confused because like okay, wait, so we don't interact, but then you're here, and like maybe the person that like okay, I'm okay as TA for calc, right? I'm in calc for like I come like recently I've been coming in like half an hour, 40 minutes late. It's not even like you get to see the person that I am very often. To be fair, I don't know who you are very well. Like again, okay. I swear, every single word that comes out of my mouth when I'm talking about Eileen sounds like it's so offensive, and I don't mean it to be offensive. And I don't know how to change it so it's not offensive, and it's not the intention. Like, shoot, man. I don't even know how to word it. How am I supposed? If I just not talk about it? I okay. But like, I don't like. Okay, I know Summer was the one who introduced you to the stream, and I don't know if Summer's watching. I know she's got like a thing, so she's probably doing the thing. But I don't understand what about this persona or personality or me is interesting enough to. Sorry, I got distracted. I don't know why you're watching. It's basically the question. Especially watching, not just listening. I don't like if it was just like background. Like the fact that you are watching me, I don't know why you are like. You could be watching Netflix right now. You could be out with your friends right now. You could be, I don't know if you game, but you could be gaming right now. I don't get why people are here. And it's like, sure, people sometimes I think that I can be a fun person to hang out with. Like I could have fun with another me, which sounds like it could be taken the wrong way, in a dark, like a dirty way. But I could, I can see how sometimes I can be fun to hang out with, because I have personality and energy sometimes. Right now I kind of have it, but I don't see why, like, I would listen to or watch me. I don't even know what I'm doing. Like, what was I talking about? Rant about my own stories, vent, basically. And it's not like I'm talking to another person. Like I'm soliloquy. Man, they feel it. Sorry. I don't know. I just find it interesting that people are watching. And like, sure, people who are watching know me. It's not like there's a bunch of people who are here solely for the educational content. But like, the number of people who are here, also actually no, a lot of people are here to support me, which man, I don't know how to appreciate and how to express appreciation. I have trouble with that. So like, I can give gifts, but that does not feel like it feels like there's a disconnect between the gift giving and the appreciation of whatever action. Like, I don't know if that makes sense, but it feels like when let's say, I got chocolates from Mr. Nguyen this morning. It does not feel like the energy behind buying chocolates is representative of the energy of my appreciation for the person he is. And I know, well, I don't know, but like people could not like him, but I personally like his character, like his personality, like who he is. But chocolates does not equal Mr. Nguyen. So gift giving does not, in my eyes, work as appreciation expression. Um, Spending time with people. Like, okay, basically at its core is like I don't know a way, like a medium for me to express appreciation that gives the recipient the same. I'm using such formal words. The recipient, giving the person. Well, I guess the recipient's more concise. The recipient the same energy and vibe and message as my appreciation. Like if I appreciate someone, how do I convey to them so that they know that I am being appreciative of them? And I guess part of it is that I don't know what I'm appreciative of. I'm just appreciative of them. But yeah, I just don't know how to do that. Because like I want to say that I'm super appreciative of you guys, but then it sounds like I'm a stereotypical, oh my god, thank you so much for donation. Thank you so much for support. It's like how like I sound like stereotypical, thank you for your money, keep on watching so I can have more money, even though there's no money involved here. Like what do I do? What do I do? Like and then also like I guess this is an I forgot who said this. I think Emily was the one who said it, or maybe Emma. And if it wasn't either of you guys, or if it was one of you guys, I apologize for not attributing or remembering this correctly. But somebody, I think it was Emily, who said it was like chat being dead is not um is not actually a sign of the stream being dead. It could be a sign of people actually just listening and enjoying it for what it is. And like people don't have to respond for them to like because on my end, I see my face ranting at my face, and um and I see dead chat. And the only things moving on the screen are my face, desktop audio, mic auxiliary audio. The rest of the screen, like my screen is just otherwise stagnant. So like I don't know if nobody like if people have the computers on and people are just like there so that the viewer count is high and it's just my board. Or if people are actually listening. So I could talk for 2 hours and I wouldn't know the difference between like I can't like there's no signal coming back is the thing. It's like I'm just talking and like for all I know, stream could be completely dead and I'm just talking to myself and there's like nothing happening and I wouldn't know. And I'm not trying to tell you guys, oh, just spam chat so I know. But like on my end, I don't know what's happening. I think it's impossible to show that grand of an appreciation. That's true, especially in its entirety. I don't think it's possible to convey the full nuance and completeness of appreciation. Your grand of appreciation. What is that word? Your grand of appreciation. I don't know, but your appreciation is shown by your streams. Now I feel like that one dude who is unwilling to accept compliments and gives every justifiable response, gives every justification as to why he is not deserving of the compliment given to him. Because what I was about to say was that, like, but I kind of have to do streams, and it's not like other people, like, there's not, like, shoot, I got put on track. Your grand of appreciation, like, like, the way that I see it is, like, appreciation is, like, somebody does something, you appreciate them for it. But me streaming is the first action. So then chat can show appreciation, then I can show appreciation. But me just streaming doesn't feel like I'm showing appreciation. But then, when I thought that in my mind, I recognized, now we're just trying to deflect all compliments. Which, I don't think that's, like, that's something I used to do a lot more. Now I find that, inspired by Winston, but inspiration from Winston, which is like, when people compliment you, you don't have, like, even if you don't believe it's true, generally speaking, the other person will believe that it is true, like, will believe it to be true, believe that statement, or like, believe that compliment to be true of you, true of, lost my train of thought, but like, they think it to be true, and you can just say thank you, you can appreciate them, they say, like, be grateful for their compliment. So, it seems like people feel like I am being sufficiently appreciative. I think that what I said sounded appreciative. I don't know if what I'm doing is sufficiently appreciative, but we're gonna say that I appreciate you, God. I appreciate you all, and that hopefully people understand that. And thinking about this any further does not make any sense. Responding to chat is good appreciation. True, actually, that kind of makes sense. Like, people ask questions, responding to them. And I was about to go through the whole thing of, like, the whole, oh, but this, therefore I deflect this compliment thing. But no, I think that's actually entirely true. The screen makes everything smaller, methinks. 7 to 10 viewers versus 7 to 10 people in a room talking. Oh, it's different vibe. True. Awesome, Mike. We're gonna... Okay, can you guys hear me the same? Now my ears are hurting. First, like, the inside of my ears are hurting, now my head is hurting. Man, why... I guess I'm being vain and egotistical here. But I'm just confused why, like, I don't look... Like... I look at... Okay. This is very specific, but, like, when I look at the extracurricular stream where I was wearing, like, a kind of not that nice sweater, like, hoodie sweater, and then my hair was just, like, bleh, and my glasses were on, like, I did not look good. But, like, when I look at me now, I'm like, I'm not saying that I look good, but I'm like, why is my skin smooth? Why is my hair okay? Why are my eyes are red, but, like, why are my eyes, like, not ugly? And, like, I'm just confused why, I don't know, irrelevant. Okay, yeah, so what Emily was saying, she said the screen makes everything smaller. 7 to 10 viewers versus 7 to 10 people in a room is completely different. 100% true. And I think something that happened was that I forgot what stream it was, but at some point, at some stream, I'm not sure if it's this year or last year, but we peaked at like 25 viewers, and like, holy moly, 25 viewers, crazy. And then, like, it's not that that became the new baseline, but it, sorry, my brain, what's my brain doing? 7 to 10. 7 to 10. 7 to 10 viewers versus 7 to 10 people in the room. Wait, what, 25 when? We had 25 viewers at some point at some stream. Don't remember. Oh, wait, shoot. Oh, wait. My brain, okay, this is like a into the span Dej 101. Like, my brain is so gone. Okay, so we have stream summary. Is that what the email was called? I get like emails about how the stream goes after the stream. That's not it. Okay, we're going to count. Okay, actually, I'm realizing I'm wasting everybody's time, and that's not relevant. But basically, I don't know if it was 25 concurrent viewers. My guess is actually it was the stream with Justin. It might have just been 25 average viewers or something. I don't know. Actually, no, probably peak. I don't know. Something in my brain says that 25 was a number at some point. 7 to 10 viewers. Sorry, I'm still caught up on the fact. Alvin, wait, Alvin, are you over there or are you home? Actually, no. I don't want to force you to come over. Basically, when I got home today after tennis, Alvin was across the street because his cousin lives across the street. I'm realizing now that might be not correct to say. I apologize, Alvin, and I don't know how to take it back. I didn't say anything, guys. Okay, so basically, wait, I can't talk about any of that if I didn't say that. Oh, you're out still. Wait, oh, cool. You've been out for a long time. Actually, I guess it's not that long. By the time you go out, you were oh, probably shouldn't say that either. Okay. Man, like, privacy is a hard thing. Because, like, if privacy is a thing, then you can only really talk about yourself. Okay, I don't know, because I don't know if I'm allowed to talk about, like, hey, this person lives here. This person is going out here. Like, I'm telling people locations and times of other people, and I don't know if that's an invasion of privacy and whatnot. I don't know. If you're fine with it, then I'm not gonna. Okay, obviously, first of all, I don't know where you live, so I can't really say that. But like other stuff, which I don't think any of it is harmful, but I don't know if you're comfortable with it being shared, which is why I'm not sharing it. I'm also still dwelling on that fact in my whenever I'm not talking and I'm not thinking about what to talk next, I keep on coming back to the fact that people are watching me. As long as you don't mention what. I don't know. Okay, Alvin doesn't care. Basically, Alvin, I get home, don't mention specifics. The problem is the case, if people know where I live, then anything I talk about in relation to my home that means other people can figure out other people's addresses based off the location of my home, and a decent number of people know my home. So I'm going to say that within my vicinity, there are people, and one of those people is related. Man, there's no point in saying this. Basically, one of my neighbors is Alvin's cousin. Alvin was at his cousin's house. I get home, I drive out, I hear my name yelled out 3 times. No person shows up. I'm assuming it's Alvin, but I don't know. I just hear, Dillon! And then I'm like, Alvin? And then he doesn't say anything. And then like 15 seconds later, he's like, Dillon! I'm like, Alvin? Like, I don't see him. I look like to the screen door. I look in the backyard door. I see if he's walking around. I see if he's behind me. I don't see him. And then I walk toward the house and then I see that he's at the door. He opens up the door. And basically that's all I wanted to say. Is that, oh no, and I invited him like, oh, I later on texted him. I'm like, oh, I'll be streaming in like an hour. If you want to come over, if you're still here, you can come over if you want. But he's still out, so he can't really come over. Yeah. But yeah, I was talking about this, but like when my mind, like once I stop, once like let's say just now I had a train of thought that just ended, and I'm not thinking about what to say next. I keep dwelling on the fact that people are watching, and it's not like that I am self-conscious, but it's not like I'm actively self-conscious, but I'm still like processing the fact that people are watching me talk. Especially for what's now 3 hours, or almost 3 hours. That's wild. Like, I'm not playing games, I'm not doing stuff, but people are watching. Like listening, I can kind of understand, but watching, and especially when it's not like you can interact back with me, like you can't talk back to me. Sorry, I need to process that. Emily just said this is literally public speaking for 3 hours straight. The reason why that's so interesting to me is because let's say now in English, right, you gotta participate for points, especially when you get into like honors and AP. Like it makes sense because kind of big part of English is talking, discussing things, different opinions, different perspectives, and makes sense. But I'm not that guy, I'm not the guy, or maybe I am the guy now, but like growing up makes it sound like it was such a grandiose thing, but it's like I'm not the dude who like raises his hand to talk about stuff because he wants to. I raise my hand because I have to for the points. And what I do is like I'm very like tactical with how I do it. It's like I wait for the questions where like I'm pretty sure that the majority, like it's not like such an obvious question that everybody's gonna know it. It's like a decent number of people are gonna it's like not that many people will know the answer. Also, the answer is not more than one sentence. Also, that sentence is not more than like 5 seconds to say it, because I don't like. Let's say we can talk about it like Dr. Hume, right? Well, I can talk about Dr. Hume. I don't know why I use we so much. So, in Dr. Hume's class, for the first month and a half, I did not raise my hand. I tried, but I was so... Hi, Dark Queen, I don't know who you are, but thank you for following. My attention span is dookie. I cannot focus. So Is that Summer? Who else is... There's no... It has to be Summer. Who else would put Dark Queen? Right? There's no other way. It has to be Summer. Okay, yeah, I'm pretty sure it's Summer. It's crazy that I can guess that, but... Man, my brain's... I cannot... What was I talking about? Oh, I could not raise my hand in that class. And the first time I raised my hand in the class, I raised my hand, and like, I don't remember what I said, but I made sure that it was like, I had to rehearse it in my head a couple of times, and it was like, probably like 5 words. And like, I don't... Like, cause like in my mind, if you respond to a question and you have to answer with multiple sentences, that means everybody's gonna be staring at you for all those sentences. And when people stare at you for that many sentences, that's scary. That's like, and you want to get it done. And then for me, I'm somebody who can speak very quickly, like right now. Except, speaking quickly does not mean it makes any sense. Like for me personally, I can speak this fast and I can understand other people who speak this fast, but it's not good to speak that fast. I try, not do, but I try to not speak too fast to people, but I can speak extremely fast, and it's not good. I'd rather not have the option of speaking too quickly, because when I get excited, but more usually anxious, nervous, my like words per minute just like skyrockets. But yeah, like public speaking is not my thing. I don't know. Bleh. Except here I am talking for who knows how long. But the way that I see it right now is like it's almost like I'm having a conversation, except all I see is myself. But then in my mind there's like a justification, because I would not be talking aloud if it was just myself. So like I imagine that I'm talking to another person who just happens to just be listening. But that doesn't make sense either, because if somebody was just listening, then I would be asking them questions, so that they could be engaged in the conversation too. I don't know how I view it, but for whatever reason, I don't see it as, public speaking. Public speaking is very scary for me. Or not very scary. It used to be much more paralyzing before. Like, let's say, Squid Game. Okay, Lynn was here for Squid Game. Probably that's it. When I was doing the public speaking part of that, like, let's say, marbles. I was reflecting on this, last night, this morning, today. Like, marbles. Sure, the directions were on the board. Yeah, okay, I did not think I was a good guy. I thought I was like, sure, I walked around and like, thankfully, I woke up with energy. I didn't wake up with energy, but I had energy when I was doing it. I was not dead. But, like, let's say marbles. That game, So last year when we did it, I like for me the directions were just like so obvious. Right? You just read the directions, easy clap. But I don't know if people didn't watch it or they didn't remember it. But like, and also my like I just assumed, hey, how people they're smart, they're gonna figure it out. Or they're gonna figure out the directions. But what I didn't realize was that sure they're smart and they can figure out directions, but the directions have to make sense. And what I realized is that sure, in my mind, the directions like obvious, but when you read the directions and you don't know what the game is not that obvious. And all I had to do was just spend like a minute just show an example. Like me and Mr. Nguyen, I got my 5-star burst, he got his 5-star burst. We like I just take like boom, I take 2, he takes 3, I guess odd, boom, I win, I take his star burst. Very simple. We just like, show an example, and all miscommunications should be essentially eliminated. It should be relatively obvious how the game works at that point. But no, I'm like, all right, so the first game is marbles. The directions are on the board. I feel like you guys got it. If you have any questions, you can ask me. Right? Sounds intelligent, except it's not because the directions suck, and you assume that people can decipher unintelligible directions. So that sucked, in my opinion. And I had to like teach, and also like it was a mess. And then, where's knowledge? What does that mean? And then it wasn't that bad. Also, yeah, today. So I'm like, you know, it would kind of make sense because I didn't have feedbacks. Like, it would kind of make sense if I asked the class today what they thought of Squid Game, and like, I don't verbally ask the class, because if I ask the class, obviously they're not going to say it was absolute dog water, dude. You should not have made it. I hated it. Nobody's going to say that, right? They're going to give they're going to give positive feedback, but I want authentic feedback. So what I was planning to do was like make a Google form, make it anonymous, and say like, what did you like about Squid Game? What did you not like about Squid Game? What could be made better about Squid Game? Very simple. Just like I could whip that up in like 3 minutes. But then I'm like, first thing I was kind of just like lazy. I did not want to do anything. But also like the idea of getting everyone's attention and saying, hey, so I have okay, we're gonna pretend it's happening right now. So hey guys, so I have like Squid Game happened yesterday. Like I have a form. Can you guys just give me feedback on that? Like, you see how awkward that is, but also like how unclear the stream of thoughts is. Like it's very like stream of consciousness. Like as the words come up, they come out. There is no words come up, process, organize, come out. And I guess I could just wait for the words to come up, process it, and then get everybody's attention. But then I don't know. That's not how my brain works. Crystal knowledge is when you're like, oops. Yeah. And then what happened? Second game was quizzes. Oh man, I was so sad. Wait, do we want to brag? I gotta practice not bragging. Okay, so I was just really proud because I am not an aesthetic, like I'm not good with graphic design, but I was just so proud of the slides and the music. But I was just so sad because the music just like didn't work 90% of the time. Like it's like was not there. And then the slides, honestly, I was just so proud of the slides. Like I remember like I didn't really care about the outcome of Squid Game. I was like, oh my god, this slide's just so pretty. And like I wouldn't say that they were objectively like, actually no, in my mind, objectively 10 out of 10 slides. I love it. I don't know, I love the slides because usually I cannot make slides. Like my aesthetic ability is like anxiety inducing, like gag. But I was so I loved the slides. And then the music, it's honestly kind of embarrassing how long I spent on it. Like I was just searching up boss music, and like it should have been easy to find music because like it didn't take a long time. But I just got like I would search up the music and I'm like, how does this sound? And then I would just be like dancing and vibing in my room to the music instead of spending time finishing the slides or studying for the stats test or the physio test I had the next day. And it was already like 10 p.m. I was like, shoot, like I have a stats test tomorrow, which is kind of important. And then also have a physio test tomorrow, which I guess less important, but still, it's a test. And then instead I spend the day doing Squid Game. And not only that, I'm vibing and dancing to music in my room that some of it didn't end up inside the slide. Like I had the Smash Bros. Brawl, like Super Smash Bros. Brawl. Like man, where's my bladder? I'm sorry guys. I don't know, I'm sorry. much, but what should we call it? Okay, so what was I talking about? Actually, no. You know what? Summer said to brag, and I cannot resist. I'm gonna show the slides because I'm just so proud of the slides and the music. Okay, we're gonna go like this, go like this. We're gonna pause Spotify music. And if I stream for like 5 hours, might as well just become like, let's make this my job at this point. Okay, so this here, man, boomer, I cannot use tech. Gamer Squid, there it is. Whatchamacallit? So, okay, we're gonna respond to text. Let's see, chat. You were such a good guard. Thank you, David. Wasn't that bad. Brag on was Aesthetic King. Music was so funny. Squid Game was actually so fun. Highlighted. Thank you. That actually makes me happy that it actually meant something to some people. I also was told by Daniel Adolf that it was fun and that his feedback was that he wished it lasted longer because it did end in like 25 minutes, and also people got eliminated within the first like 2 minutes. But let's see. Curse of knowledge is like when you're enough of an expert at something that it's hard to go back and understand what it was like when you were first a beginner. That's why it's hard to teach stuff. The music's already getting me. Oh wait, why? Okay, curse of knowledge is actually. When can the music down? Curse of knowledge is when you're enough of an expert at something that it's hard to go back and understand what it's like. Like, I don't know why, but that's actually super applicable to me. I have trouble explaining things that I used to do. Like, let's say when Gianna asked about how I quit Instagram, I had trouble I have trouble taking, like, being in the shoes of other people, like, taking on that perspective of, the perspective of other people, the perspective of other people, so, like, I have trouble taking the perspective of my past self, or like if I teach something, I have trouble taking on the perspective of somebody who doesn't know the thing. I teach it from the perspective of somebody who does know the thing, and we're just reviewing it, so it's not good. You can see slide one. For the people I think most of the people here have already seen the slideshow. Okay, this slide, like, I'm not proud of the Photoshop. You can see some of the edges, and also I'm not a Photoshop guy, but I'm just proud of how like I edited the image into like, because the original image does not have, let's say, the shadowing here or like the matching skin tone. And to be fair, all I did was just like there are all like the sliding bars, and I just like moved them around, like I increased shadows, decreased contrast, all that fun stuff. And then oh yeah, then you came in late, that's why. So we were already on the first slide. This is funny. Sorry, I did not mean that to be an indictment. But, yeah, like it's weird because you can tell that the picture, like, it doesn't look right, but it also like you can't tell that it's summer, and you can't tell that it's Mr. Nguyen, right? Like even if you look at from far away, this is like the face pops out. Now I feel like I'm just bragging on, like, just full out, but like the face, it pops out from the screen more than it should, and like so it's noticeable that it doesn't feel right, but then like it doesn't seem like it's like you can't tell what's wrong until you realize it's Mr. Nguyen, and then Mr. Nguyen didn't recognize that first. It was funny. Sorry, the music is. I don't know how people listen to the music in the background. Like, when I hear music, I need to like vibe to it. Like I can't just sit with it. But yeah, that's a side one. Music. Oh, this music too. I was vibing to this music way too much at home. I was just like, and also like in terms of slides, like. It's like, I don't know, like, it's not even that hard. All I did was just choose a font that I knew doesn't look that bad, and then I took colors. I know that My Hero Academia, that's My Hero Academia today. I know, just say run. God, stupid. But like the font, like putting like, I don't know, like it's such a small thing because I'm not inherently an aesthetic artistic person, so I have to like when I look at other people do artistic aesthetic stuff, I try to break down basically what they do, and like put the title down here and it looks kind of exciting to put like the look up here, but you want to keep the pictures intact, and then like you keep the font, you have the background, so like it's not even proper like technical stuff or like skill or anything, but like I was just so proud of like how it's like the slide look, like the color scheme and everything. It doesn't even make any sense, but like I just felt so proud because like compare that to like let's say when Project Unit first began, I was making all the posts because I was it's probably different. Okay, hold on, you guys can talk. Oh, the music's wait, okay. Oh, the music's too loud. Okay, I tried to put it lower, but why is it not working? Oh my god, wait, the music is so loud. Okay. Can you guys hear me better now? Sorry. I feel like that should have been obvious, but oh my god, wait. This is too good. Is that better? Thank you for telling me. Is Emily. Perfect. Oh man. But yeah, I was just so proud of this slide. And then the next slide also I'm proud of. The music, not as much because it's Kahoot music. It's not like a proper song. But I was proud of the aesthetic. Also, funny, funny, funny story. Oh, yeah, this also happened. Yeah, this is what happened the day up. The music would play for like 2 seconds and then it would turn off, but I hear the first 2 seconds. I'm like, oh, the music's playing. Then I'd go on and I'd explain stuff, and then I'd realize the music turned off, and I'd have to go back, and then it sucked. There you go. Now the music's there. Like I was proud of like, oh my god, this green matches this screen, and then this white is like a good contrast on the screen, and also matches like the general color scheme and like the way that the font is, but then the background's still there and the background's still visible. Like, man, I was just like gushing over the fact that for whatever reason, it looked really pretty to me, and like it didn't feel like I did much, but it just the outcome was really nice. I don't know, but yeah, I was just proud. I was just proud of it. I don't know, because like as a person who's more logically academically inclined, to make something like artistic. In my mind, this is artistic because I don't make art. So in my mind, this was like, oh, creative energies. So I was really proud of this one. This one I wasn't initially proud of, but it's so dumb. But like, I just like these colors. Literally, just this. Honestly, it was just this shade of blue. There's like this turquoise. That made me happy. Um. Oh yeah, wait. I didn't tell you the funny thing. Okay, so the funny part is that so we had last year we had apparently it was two or three true truths one lie about Mr. Nguyen. I we had two truths one lie, two of those questions for Mr. Nguyen and one about me. Also, that one I was fresh. I was like English. What happened to my brain? What was I trying to say? Oh, I was frustrated afterwards with myself because it turns out that people thought from the beginning that the Kahoot was about me, when in actuality the first two questions are about Mr. Nguyen and the last one is about me. And like that's a reasonable assumption to make. It's just not something that crossed my mind. And yeah, so I was like, people were like, "Wait, is this about you? Like, is this about you?" Like, I'm like, "No, no, the first two questions are about Mr. Nguyen." I kept repeating myself because apparently I wasn't loud enough. But also, like, I'm just frustrated that I did not say it the first time. I was too scared of public speaking, too much of a sissy to stand in front of the class and make eye contact with them and say out stuff. Like if you notice when I was talking, I never looked at people. Like I'd be looking at the computer, I'd be walking past people, but I would never look at the general audience, which like I'd say is kind of important. You know, when you're talking to people, it kind of makes sense to look at the people. But instead, I was like, okay, guys, so like so just put up the quizzes link, just join the code. Like you guys are over there, and I'm looking over there, and then I'm looking over here, and I'm just not looking at the people I'm talking to. Also something I'm frustrated about. If you want, oh yeah, so the funny story part is that the question about me, oh, I don't have access to the quizzes because it's on Mr. Nguyen's computer. Unfortunate. But what was I gonna say? Oh, you know how it's two truths and one lie? Mm, I had three truths. There's no lie. I was like, I had like because I was so proud of like I'm like the only people who are gonna get this answer, which was like the answer to the question was I've never had steak before, which is a true statement. But I'm like, wow, that's so cool, but only my friends are gonna know because only my friends know I'm a vegetarian, right? So like I was so proud of that. I got so caught up in that that I didn't realize that that's not a lie, it's a truth. And yet I said it as the answer. And that the other ones I had made the correct thought process. I'm like, okay, we need two truths, so I put in two truths. But then the third one was also a truth. It was the right answer. So I should have put I've never had chicken nuggets before because I've actually had chicken nuggets and that would have caught a lot of people actually. Because I okay, it's irrelevant. But um, I'm gonna ask, did we do? Oh no, you already answered that question. Eileen says that the Kahoot music was hilarious. Okay, that's good because I actually thought that like I felt bad that I drowned out Quiz's music because I said that I in the moment I was like, bro, Quiz's music is trash, bro. I love Kahoot music, but like that was me being me in the adrenaline like state of mind where it's like everything is like black and white and it's like oh garbage and I was trying to be cool because I was anxious and I was like oh I'm kind of scared so let's be cool, let's say like controversial stuff I guess. I don't know why that's cool but that's like how my adrenaline mind works. So and then Edwin was like oh yeah Edwin so first of all thankful to Edwin that he actually like I because he doesn't have a zero period but I asked him and he doesn't like waking up early, but he woke up early, brought his camera, and he went and took pictures. Um, and another thing I'm frustrated about was like, so Summer knows about this, but and Gianna knows about this. Two people I've talked about also happen to be watching the stream, or maybe not watching the stream anymore. I don't know. But um, this music is getting in my head. But I did like I'm camera shy, but not only am I camera shy, I'm afraid to take pictures. Okay, yeah, okay. So okay, I'll get to that part, David. So I'm afraid to take pictures, and like it doesn't make it's not a logical phobia fear type of thing. Oh, the music's not even showing up on this audio. Okay, we're loud enough. Let's go here. Hopefully the music's audible to you guys. Um, so English music is music's making it hard to think, but oh yeah, so Edwin actually comes out to take pictures for us, for me. Wow, because I am camera shy, afraid to use cameras because I'm just weird like that. I don't know. I just never grew up with camera. Like people like take selfies all the time. Selfies is such a hard thing. Summer knows. Like for me, sorry, for me specifically. So I got Edwin to come with his extremely high quality camera. So he was taking pictures for me. But I did not tell him what to take pictures of. And like obviously I should have told him because otherwise he's kind of just sitting there with like, bro, what do you want me to take pictures of? It's like, oh yeah, I didn't tell you. Like that's on me. But I didn't tell him what to take pictures of, so he took like 5 pictures, which like to be fair, that's extremely good given that I didn't tell him what to take pictures of. And when he asked, I'm like, just take pictures, because I was so caught up on other stuff and I was anxious. I didn't want to public speak, and I was like, oh, is this gonna work out? Mine was going crazy, so I could not coherently give him anything useful. But yeah, so he took pictures. I can show you guys the pictures, but um, where is it? Give me a sec, guys. Sorry. Mm-mm-mm. Actually, I'll send you guys the link. All right, we're gonna type it out by hand because we. Okay. Oh my god, it's terrifying. Oh wait, if you guys play Genshin, you guys might recognize the music. This is Genshin music. I chose a boss music, and this is one of the things that came up. Let's see if anybody recognizes it. Let's see if this works. Let me know if that's the right link. I'm typing out by hand. The first picture is super high quality. The rest of the picture is like obviously high quality still, but like the first picture, like the focus of the camera is so good. Um, yeah, so that's another thing I was frustrated about. I thought that, um, yeah, sorry, you ended up being in a lot of the pictures unintentionally. Like you just ended up being in a bunch of the pictures I'm in. It was interesting. Who's the top two? I wait, who are the top two? Oh, it was James. It was James and Eileen. That's the other one. There's one. Yeah, this is Scaramouche, Phase 2 music. But okay, what's I gonna talk about? Okay, this game, I was proud of this game. Okay, first of all, I was proud of the slide just because of these colors. Like it was kind of dumb, but yeah, true. How is Island was crazy. Like at Dakji, I thought that the papers were gonna be defective and we wouldn't have a winner. Also, the fact that everybody died on the quizzes was so funny because that was not supposed to happen. And last year that didn't happen. Last year there were like two or three questions and people made it. Like people just like including myself. Like we made it through to like there were like five people who got all three questions right. I don't know what happened to you guys. Like to be fair, there was a one kind of dookie question, but still. Um, for this question, I explained it to Eileen. Kat asked me later how it worked. I never got to explain to her because things did not work out. Yeah, that quizzes. I'm sorry. I apologize. That was unfair of me. But I'm proud of how I set up the system for how the cups were organized and the hint and everything. And then this is the last slide. Also, this music, I was also vibing to this music last night, 2 nights ago now. How did you get help on the Quizlet, Ivan? Quizzes? Because I don't. No, that's fine. Because last year I also got help. Also, this is what happened yesterday. The slide does not play music. I plays like 2 seconds and that's it. But vibing to this music last night. Ivan, how did you get help? Because last year I also got help. Funnily enough, from the person who I beat in the marbles game. But yeah. Also, there was a question a while back. David asked, "Is this loud? How loud is this?" I think it's okay. I'll lower it a little bit. But Matthew did not explain it last year. Actually, last year it was organized by a TA. No, it was not. No, sorry, not a TA. It was organized by just a student, one of my friends. Lauren Buff, I guess. Um, okay, yeah. But the funny thing is that if you knew I was vegetarian, then a that would make it a truth, which means that it would be wrong because that's the rigged question. So if you thought that I ate meat, then it would be a lie, and then that would be the correct answer. So what is that emote? I don't know what emote that is, but okay. Yeah, the logic is kind of confusing, but yeah. I was so proud of it, like this slide too. I just I like the colors. I'm so like is basic the right word? I'm like so like childish. Like oh my god, color so pretty, music so pretty. What are we talking about? Play it wrong? What are we talking about? Play was this wrong or play Dakji wrong? Or Dakji? Let's do this. But yeah. So, wait, do you guys have any feedback on how to make Squid Game better? Because I'm not gonna be here next year, or maybe I will be. Maybe we'll be on break and I'll come back. But, um, yeah, no, yeah, the logic was not right. If you knew I was vegetarian, then you should have gone a different answer. But it's fine. But do you have any feedback on Squid Game? Because the feedback I've gotten so far is that Daniel Adolf thinks that it should have lasted longer, which I 100% agree with. I think that it lasted like half an hour, and also people died within round one. Feel bad now. Oh, music's stupid. Feel bad for MLY. Don't know who MLY is. MLY. Amy. Is it Amy? It's MLY. MLY. What else would do it? I don't know who Emma is. It's a he. But yeah, you guys have any feedback? Oh, Matthew Lee. Oh, Emily. That's funny. Yeah, no, but I need to figure out another way because I think the Marvel's game is appropriate, but by the nature of the game, if you like, you automatically will eliminate half of the people if you play that game. And also, it's a game that I think everybody wants to play. Like, I think it's like that's like a fun game. So like, the only way, so like, if you want to make the game last longer, you either make the individual games last longer, or you make there be more games. If the games last longer, then you have to figure out how do you make the games last longer. And if you want more games, then that means people have to die slower. Like, people can't die as often. Have a full duck. Do I spoil it? Yeah, I don't think it's a spoiler. Last year at the end of the year, we had ping pong tournament, full class. Also, when you asked about extra credit, I forgot to ask. I apologize. I put a reminder in it. I forgot. I'll ask when I come back. I apologize. I spent. It's not a good thing, is it? I spent the period today fixing Mr. Newman's whiteout, which did not end up getting fixed in the end. I had fun, but it was not productive. I also had a stats test in the period after, and I didn't know how to study for it. So it went well, but yeah. I'll try to ask. Last year, I think it was an extra credit point. Also, we want to talk about this? Sure, since we're not doing anything, and I'm kind of enjoying talking with you guys right now. Peter did demolish everybody, except there was a tournament for a giant minion during lunch, and I played, and I beat Peter. That was the one time I beat Peter. Oh, really? You know, the stats... Yeah. But, yeah, Peter was... Tennis translates. Tennis translates to badminton, translates to ping pong. It's annoying, too, because I've played ping pong independent of tennis at, like, my uncle's house, and, like, it did not compare to Peter just being better at tennis. Like, ungodly better at tennis. So, yeah. Starburst's game later... Yeah, that's what I thought about, but I feel like it's a game that everybody wants to also participate in. So, it's kind of tough. I think one thing we could do is, like, you could have, like... You can also make it last longer this way. You can have, like, 3 lives. So, like, you play one game, and then the winners, they just survive. They move on. And then you play, like, the people who lost the first round, they play another round. And then, so that means you get half the people survive, and then half of the remaining people survive in the next half. So then, in sum, you're keeping 87.5% of the people. So you're keeping 7/8 of the people if you have 3 rounds. Yeah. So you can just eliminate 1/8 of the people if you yeah, basically a losers bracket. Like you have like first losers bracket, and so you have winners bracket, and then you have first losers bracket, and then second losers bracket, and that way you keep maybe just one extra loser bracket is better. Then you have 75% of the people. It's 2 rounds. I don't know. The numbers would actually have to work out as well. It had to be divisible by 4 and then 8. So, interesting idea. I was proud of the Cups game because I came up with that myself. Everything else I just copied from last year. Also, yeah, wait, what I was going to say was that I was last year, the person who organized it, by the way, not a TA, just another student in the class who just was an amazing person. Like stayed up until like midnight baking cookies for everybody. So everybody got cookies. They also bought chocolate milk, and everybody had cookies and chocolate milk afterwards. And I was gonna do that this year, and then me being a stingy person stopped that from happening, which I guess I should apologize for. But like, I don't see a world where I would have changed my actions, unless I asked Mr. Nguyen if he was willing to pay. But like, basically, woke up early that morning, went to Vaughn's. I'm like, you know, if I bought cookies and milk for people, it'd be kind of cool, right? Losers wouldn't feel as bad because they would be able to eat cookies, chocolate milk, and like they could eat while watching the other thing happen. And yeah, I heard. So I was talking, because me was the one who organized it, right? I was English. So I texted her about it, and she's like, "Oh yeah, I actually heard about it. I heard Mr. Nguyen say that it was going to happen." She went to badminton practice, and also, so it makes sense because me was on the badminton team, and I'm not on the badminton team. But it's still kind of frustrating that like me gets to play badminton, but I can't. Because I love badminton. It's so fun. I love badminton so much. And like, it's not that I'm like I play it well, but I just play stupid. I hit hard, and it's funny to me. I think everybody else probably hates it, especially when I like do the groaning, like the moaning thing from tennis. Moaning is the wrong word, but it's just like I make noises that aren't appropriate to badminton. They're appropriate for tennis, but like I swing badminton rackets like I swing a tennis racket, which means I put excessive amounts of energy into it, which means I make excessive numbers of noises and excessive volume of noises. So then, yeah, I don't know if it's fun for other people when they play against me, because I feel like I'm just annoying to play against. But like when I play it, I get super like spirited, hyped up. I play hard. I make weird noises. I love it so much. But I know you guys have practices, but I also know I can't join you guys, which is frustrating. And you guys don't have open gym this year, so I was really sad about that. I also like doubles because I hate running, the same way that I hate running in tennis. So like, and also I like fast reactions. It makes me like think, like makes me like play faster. I like doing that too. So I liked whatchamacallit. I like playing doubles. Also, yeah, like one of the last days of camp, I just popped off. Actually, no, wait, we're not gonna brag about that. That's not. We gotta work on our egos. I gotta work on my ego. Holy. Yeah, we can probably switch back. Oh, is the music still going? It's kind of fun. Oh, music just died. Okay. Or is it? Is it still going? Music is dead. What happened to the music? Oh, okay. Okay, we're gonna switch back to the other scene. We can have the music in the background because I just love this music too much. And it looks like I felt like I just got. I shouldn't think about that, but basically I just felt like earlier I was talking about how like, oh wow, I don't look that bad. Now I look bleh again, but that's okay. Um, music, you want to go? Okay, chat's starting to die down again. Maybe we end stream? I don't know. I was. Oh my god, it's 10. Like an hour and a half ago, I was like, let's try end stream now, because chat's kind of dead. And then chat got fun, so then I started having fun again, and now chat's dead again. So I don't know. I was not looking forward to the stream because I'm like, man, I could be like hanging out with my friends. I think, am I allowed to say this? Okay, I'll say like certain friends that I had, I knew they were going to the beach. I'm not part of that friend group, I don't think, but he was one of my friends. So I'm like, oh, I could be like going out with friends right now. So then I'm like, man, I'm not really looking forward to the stream. Like I could be going to bed on time. On time means early, but um, but kind of happy I did the stream, which is usually the case. We didn't talk about everything in here, but I don't think the rest of it is useful. I guess educational content in the stream is not very high. Oh, music's getting a little loud. Oh, there's a whole segment on something else. What? Future. Looking forward to my future. Wow. Okay. Man, I want to stream more. I want to chill. But, uh, Do we want to end stream right now? Sorry, 10. I guess the question is, do you guys have any more? Do you guys have anything you want to talk about? Any questions? And if not, I could talk about stuff, but I don't think it's gonna be useful. It's gonna be boring stuff. So I know that as a streamer, I'm supposed to be the one directing things, but it's been 3 hours and 3.5 hours, so running a bit low on the juices. Thank you all for coming, by the way. You ever finished that? Give me a sec. Give me a sec, it's not happening. The problem is I need to think, and I want to think aloud. That doesn't work on stream, because then you guys hear the whole thought process, and that essentially reveals the whole thing. So the answer is no. I did not finish that segment. And the segment she's referring to is romance, and my sort of opinions on it. Or not opinions, perspective. Same thing, I guess, but I think it has a different connotation. Am I audible when I talk this low? I think I am. Okay, we're good. So, wow, this set of headphones is not that bad. But, okay. I guess we're going to talk about it, because I kind of like talking in chat still. So, I can feel how dead I am. Oh my god, wait. Shoot, I'm screwing myself right now. I have to write essays tomorrow. And we're doing a thing tomorrow. Shoot, I'm gonna have to be productive tomorrow. And I've got a lot of stuff to do tomorrow. But I also want to have fun here. Trade-offs. Okay. Alright, we're gonna figure this out together, chat, okay? So I'm behind by 2 full essays. I have to write a full essay tomorrow, brainstorm another essay for the next day. And then Saturday, I'm going out for Christmas stuff. And I'm also supposed to write an essay and brainstorm another essay that day. And I'm supposed to do that for the next few days. So if I... The correct answer is that I don't continue here. But also, at this point, it's 10:04 p.m. My typical wake up time of 5:30. Okay, the problem is that, okay, I take an hour to get ready to go to bed. At least. Closer to an hour and a half. Scheduling is already done, though. No, scheduling is not done. Okay. The problem is that, like, usually, say, like, okay, if I choose between productivity and interpersonal or social interactions, which is a very, very formal term for just having fun. Like, usually the answer is interpersonal interaction. Because that is what, in the end, will, like, you will look back and be think fondly of. And be happy that you did. The problem is that in this case, college apps does matter. It's not like something like looking back. If I look back and say, like, me choosing to, first of all, sleep in this morning and not get that essay done, then to stay at tennis for 4 hours as opposed to half an hour or an hour, and not get that second essay done, and also not write the birthday card for my grandpa. And then now I choose to stream and sleep late. Probably going to end up going to bed at 12 at this rate. And that's going to mess up tomorrow, which is my only full free day where there's no real expectation of other people. Oh, my family, oh my god, these calculations are not working out right now. Okay, we're going to do the stupid dumb thing, which is continuing streaming, talking, because I enjoy it. And we're going to stream until I don't want to stream anymore. And then we're We're gonna deal with the consequences. Man, these consequences suck though. The brain of Dillon. This is how I calculate what I'm gonna do. 24-hour stream challenge. I have not pulled an all-nighter since middle school. Newspaper project was the last time I did that. And for aplicaciones de universidad, for college apps, I went to bed at 1, which is extremely late by my standards. Also, if I've been, like, there was, I think maybe 3 months ago, there's a time where I was feeling, I don't know if it was really good or really bad. I think I was feeling really bad after something happened. Like, in terms of, like, sadness, grief, emotions. So I could not go to bed until 2:30. Not crying. Usually I don't cry, but I was extremely distraught up until 2, 3 a.m. Not able to fall asleep. Eventually I fall asleep. Still wake up early because my brain, like my body just wakes up early and doesn't sleep. Okay. So we're gonna do the stupid stuff. We're gonna stream, face the consequences, potentially screw up our college app, but because we're stupid, we're gonna do that. Okay. So the topic is romance, and my opinions on romance. Not coffee music. I don't think this music is appropriate. Okay. We're gonna. Trevor? I'm assuming Oh My Whitney is Trevor, because I know Oh My Snowy, but I don't. There's no way it's Trevor, right? Of course, Trevor comes in when I talk about romance. There's no shot. Also, that's such a random emote. How do you know this emote? Wow. But that's Trevor. Hi, I don't know how you found out about the stream today. I have not talked to you since literally middle school, or since whatchamacallit. No, we went to that OC Japan fair last year. Didn't really talk, but cool to see you. You're catching me at a time where I'm starting to die. Like my brain dead. But apparently we're going to talk about romance. So, Mizuno Aki. ¿Quién es Mizuno Aki? Okay. But, brain. What's happening? Romance. Okay. I think the first thing we want, romance is not real. My brain's conflicted on that statement. Because I want to agree and be like, Chad, haha, romance ain't real. GG. But I think it's because I'm like starting, my energy's starting to die down. Like beginning of the stream, I was super hyped. Most of the stream, I was like energetic, able to be like funny, witty, humorous, energetic, expressive. Now I'm starting to be a bit more reserved. I keep taking the headphones on and off. Oh, the music's dead. I forgot. Music. Extremely quiet. Okay, hopefully that's good enough. Okay, so I think the first and main thing I want to talk about is the idea that I can see why people are interested in me talking about like romance and love, but there's no point because okay, we're gonna say it and then we're gonna provide the justification after. So at like me not ever having been in any sort of romantic relationship, any sort of romantic relationship means that all the stuff that comes out of my mouth related to romance is from an external point of view. It's not from an experiential point of view. So stuff that I've heard from other people, stuff that I've heard about online, stuff that I've deduced from my own thoughts. But there's anything that I say is not from a perspective of experiencing it, which means that it's inherently not going to be experienced. Like it's not based off of something that has happened. So that means you're asking the person who is least qualified to talk about this type of stuff. Hopefully that makes sense. I think, okay, we're not going to give the bad example. We're going to give I guess, it's not a good example, but it's the example that's not, yeah, we're not going to say the other option. Basically, Like, it's like me trying to say how beautiful something looks as somebody who's blind, or like what makes something beautiful as somebody who's blind. I can say like, hey, it's so pretty. Oh, look at the colors are so bright. Like, or like bright colors and curvy shapes. That's what makes something pretty. But I don't know because if I were blind, I would not know because I had never experienced it. And the same thing here. Like, I cannot make any statements, any perspectives, anything about love or romance as somebody who has not been in a romantic relationship and experienced love. But people want to hear about it. I don't know. Do people want to hear about it beyond this point? Or is that a reasonable excuse to not talk about it? Oh my god, that was really bad. My neck is really tight right now. My back is probably okay. Okay, Summer wants to, but... Okay, yeah, no. Okay, I'm happy to answer you guys' questions. Because I think, like, the question that was just asked, let me send something. Sorry, guys, give me, like, 30 seconds. Okay. So the question is, do you believe you... Why do I keep putting the headphones back on? I don't want them on. Do you believe you'd be in a relationship one day? So I guess that's like a question that I could answer without experience. So I've thought about this a lot because, you know, I'm a dude who is pubescent and I'm a teenager and, you know, don't really have a choice. So I think about girls, obviously. And more to the point, I think about my, not reputation, the way that I am perceived by, not necessarily just girls, but by people in general. But from the perspective of a relationship, right? The way I see it, once again, perspective of somebody who's not been in a romantic relationship or does not have any insight into a relationship at all, even from the perspective of somebody else who's been in I have not talked to people who have been in relationships and asked them about relationships. Like, I know people who are in relationships, but I have not asked them about it. So this is entirely my conclusion. But I think like a couple of components to what makes someone attractive as a romantic partner. First thing is obviously physical attraction. Like, that does not have to be there, but often there is some level in my, once again, my limited, actually no, zero experience. So I think there's some level of usually physical attraction, even if they're not like objectively the most, or subjectively the most attractive person in the world. I think there's at least to some level, there's usually some level of physical attraction involved. And that's like the basics, just get out of the way. But next thing is, I think, like, being fun to be around / enjoying that person's company. Like, in my opinion, like, usually a romantic partner is somebody who you could just sit and exist and talk and interact with and enjoy. Like, you just enjoy existing with them. Are we back? No? I'm pretty sure we were disconnected for a bit. Yeah, I know, I'm surprised too. Usually it ends by like 8 p.m. We're good. Okay, what was I talking about? Oh, fun to be around, company. Oh, we're talking about love. Alvin. Brain, what were we talking about? Oh no, why is it lagging again? Oh, why is it loud? This music. English. What was I talking about? Relationships. Having Okay, so the question is, yeah, Trevor asked the question, do you believe you'd be in a relationship one day? Yes. So I'm not directly answering the question yet, but I talked about how, first of all, that as somebody who's not been in a relationship, romantic relationship, anything like that, this is a perspective of somebody who's never been in that type of situation. Make it sound like it's a situation, but people are so interested, it seems. So, yeah, first thing I said was that there's usually some level of physical attraction. It doesn't have to be like supermodel level, but like usually there's some level, even if very little level of physical attraction. Next thing I said was enjoyment of the other person's company. Like it can be humor, it can just be existing, it can be comforting, it can be anything, but there's usually some level, in my opinion, of existential comfort with that person. And it doesn't have to be always the case. Like it's usually like you don't always have to enjoy their company, but I think it's important that you be capable of enjoying their company as just another human being. And then from there, I think from that point on, it's more subjective. Some people like more assertive people, some people like more submissive. Like from there, it varies. And one of the things that I've been thinking about recently, and once again, perspective of somebody who's not been in a romantic relationship, but the idea that it sounds like it's very un-American almost to say, but it's like the idea that you can learn to love people. That there's this idea that you just need to find that partner, find your person, and then from there, it's just smooth sailing. And once again, not somebody who's been in a relationship and have no experience about this, but I've heard this from online, again, dubious, but usually relationships, you don't find the person, like, first of all, you don't end up, once again, I feel the need to constantly remind you guys that this is something I've heard and not something that I've experienced. But you don't end up, let's say, theoretically marriage. If you don't end up marrying the same person that you were dating. You do not remain the same person throughout your life. You change. And also, with respect to each other, you will change relative to each other. And that just the idea that like you're not finding your partner. You're finding a person and you guys you're not going to be like perfect puzzle pieces. You guys fit with each other perfectly. Sometimes that may happen. I don't know. I don't know, but like it makes more sense that people are just the way they are, and that certain people are more compatible than other people. But at the end of the day, there's no perfect pair, and there is some amount of self-molding and intermolding that needs to be done, and that realistically, if like you can learn to love anybody, and that's it. Like it's a weird thing to me because like before, like this is going into weird territory, but like when generally speaking, when I would look at people man, I am inherently uncomfortable with the idea of talking about this, but when I look at wow, don't want to talk about this. Okay, so wow, my brain like I keep stopping myself. So for crushes, right? Like usually you don't say you have a crush on every single girl in existence or every single girl you meet. That's just generally speaking not the way it works. Like usually you have a person or a small group of people which are placed higher up in terms of your attraction to them than other people. In my experience, that's something that I can say I've experienced because not been in a romantic relationship, but I've had crushes. And the interesting thing is that inherently by having a limited number of crushes, you're placing some people above other people in terms of your attraction. But what this idea sort of posits, like the idea that like is music, welcome to the music. Okay. The idea that like you can learn to love people and it's really about creating the relationship you want as opposed to finding the relationship that you want. That means that basically not everybody, but like if both sides are willing to work to make the relationship happen, then the relationship is feasible and possible to make a very healthy and good one. And really, what makes a good relationship is that both sides are willing to work on making the relationship happen and better. What do you guys think about that? I think it's probably good that I asked that before I rant further. Also, I never answered the question. I think that it's possible that I think that I could be in a relationship one day. Could not. Realistically, I could see myself currently as a. Once again, I am pubescent. I am a teenager. Sorry, comments are distracting me. But as a teenager, I do think about girls, which once again, I'm really uncomfortable saying that for some reason. But I lost my train of thought. But I think that if I get to a point where, sounds weird to say, but biology doesn't affect me as much, I could see a world where I intentionally remain independent or single. I guess is probably, I'm trying to be so formal. Single. I stay single by choice. I also see a world where I end up in a relationship, and I think that hopefully I get to a point where I make that choice without from a value standpoint, as opposed to I want girl. No, I hope I don't want to enter a relationship from that standpoint. Also, I've noticed that the only people who have responded are the girls watching, which is an interesting note. To be fair, I don't know how many guys are watching, so I can't really say. But yeah, I don't know. So you guys are agreeing, but I don't know what that means. I guess it doesn't need to mean anything. It can kind of just be. Oh, it's something I have. On behalf of Koi Ballad. True. Corgi. What is that? What emote is that? I cannot. What? It looks like a corgi. I don't know. I guess that about answers the question. I don't really know. So, do I see myself in a relationship? Maybe yes, maybe no, depending on how things play out. And I'm okay with that. I think one thing I can say is that I am not helping what with something. Well, okay, yeah. Oh, on behalf of pin the comment. But shoot, I had a thought process. I don't know how to unpin either. I think you can hover over the comment and then, oh yeah, there is it. You can hover over. Oh, there you go. You got it. Oh no, I pinned the message by accident. Okay. I was gonna say something. I was kind of happy I was gonna say it. Oh yeah. I think one thing I can say right now is that I'm not in a point. I'm not even though I said oh I'm a teenager, I'm a pubescent dude. I'm not at a point. Also, I think my family's going to bed now, so I gotta start talking quieter. Hopefully, it's not an issue. Let's see. Okay, the mic seems like it's doing okay. So, whatchamacallit? It's probably charged. I won't fit in here. Sorry, guys. Am I muted? Are you serious? Why did it turn off? I got baited. Okay, now the audio is gonna suck. Apologies. I'm gonna hopefully get the audio back working because Alvin literally trolled me.
not debated. Oh wait, okay, it wasn't intentional, I see. Okay, how bad's the music?
Not too bad. I'm quiet though, it seems. Why is the mic quieter than usual? Like this is better. This. Quiet. Okay, like I was talking about how I'm not at a point where like if a girl were to show interest in me, I would just chase that relationship because I'm so interested in a relationship. And even if that girl were, I don't know what that word is, but eligible, I don't like it's not the word I want to use, but that's the first word that comes to mind. Like I'm not so down bad, I guess, that I would just take anybody, or even like somebody who would like who deserves love, which I guess that's an unfair statement to make because everybody deserves love, but who's like who I would normally be interested in, but like I would not chase it just because they showed interest in me. I'm not at that point yet, I guess. So is the music loud? I don't know why the music. I can hear it through my headphones, even though the headphones are down. But yeah. Okay. I don't know. I feel like. Are there any other questions? I feel like questions are a lot easier for me to answer than just talk so generally. What has a string turned into? Oh, it's a really good question. Can we ask random? Yes, of course. Always. Always ask random questions. Is listening to Justin Bieber a red flag? In my opinion, no. But I'm also one of the people who's like, red flag does not mean anything. Like going back, cause on a joking note, I wouldn't. It would be a yellow flag for me. But like on a more serious note, going back to what I talked about before, where it's like, I don't think red flag is a thing because I don't think that like, what was it I explained earlier? How did I word it? Like, it's not about finding a particular person. All that matters, like in my mind, what matters is that both parties, both people, are interested in making the relationship happen and working to make it happen. So like, there's going to be conflicts. There's going to be conflict of interest. There's going to be differences, but if you are both willing to work it out and you're also both willing to compromise, you cannot just say I want this, I want this, I want this, and you just what you do is fight for what you want and don't compromise. If both sides are willing to compromise, both sides are being reasonable, and both sides are working to make the relationship happen, then red flags don't really exist. Because a red flag is just something that you find in the other person, and it's not something that inherently is the other person. It's just something that they've done or they do, and it's changeable because actions and behaviors are changeable. So yeah, you guys can continue to ask random questions. I like random questions. I don't know, they're kind of fun. What should I call it? English. Oh, sprung. Are you going to run for okay? Effort W. Are you going to run for prom king? Probably not. Like, am I too quiet? I am a bit quiet right now. Okay, so wasn't the plan like we look at like let's say imagine 6th grade me, and I look at Dillon, he's gonna become a senior. He's gonna be so cool. He's gonna be confident. He's gonna be able to raise his hand in class. He's gonna be able to do presentations. He's gonna be a leader. He's gonna go out and do stuff. He's not gonna be some nerd who's good at school, can take tests. He can actually do stuff. And to be fair, I've actually made a lot of progress progress on those things. I should be proud of that. I don't notice it as much as I should, but I think it's good that I've actually managed to actualize a lot of the things that I thought were just like, oh yeah, it's gonna happen. Oh yeah, it's gonna happen. It kind of just ended up happening. It's kind of cool. It took work, but it happened. And we look at that and like the idea of like running for prom king, uncomfy, scary, but also embodies that idea of like, who cares? Do whatever the heck you want. Don't hurt other people, right? Do whatever the heck you want, but don't hurt people. You have values. You care about people. But if you're like running for prom king, that doesn't hurt people. All it's gonna do is hurt reputation. If you do something wrong, and even then, reputation will last for like 6 months. Like once the year's over, nothing's gonna happen. You can choose to disconnect from all of it entirely, unless you do such a stupid thing that it ruins the rest of your life, which dubious, very unlikely. So, from a logical, cognitive, I don't care about the risk or the pain perspective, it makes sense to do so. But, whatchamacallit? It's uncomfy. And Summer knows that I should probably, Summer's probably gonna push me to do it. Honestly, I would, like, if somebody is down to be my queen, as in like, it doesn't have to be girl, obviously, like, I'm down for, like, me and Jason, me and David, me and Justin, just, like, us, yeah, it'd be kind of scary, it'd be kind of funny. Trevor? If I brought Trevor? Me and Trevor? Oh, God. Yeah, I think me and he would be really cool, too. Yeah, so I probably should. I think if Summer pushes me enough, I might actually be able to do it, but on my own, it's probably not going to happen. Summer is really good at making me do things I don't want to do, and I'm really appreciative for that. I owe you a bunch, Summer. You gotta work on repaying that debt. Top 5 songs right now, Dion asks. Winston too, I forgot, yeah. Top 5 songs right now. So I guess one thing to preface with is that I didn't really listen to music for the majority of my life. Started listening to it a little bit freshman year, then stopped for a bit, and started listening again middle of junior year. And it really started picking up at the end of junior year because I got so much criticism from my friends. So like, well, not friends, like mainly the new friends I made last year, especially my senior friends. They're like, you don't listen to music, what? And like even like my friend, like the new junior friends I made that year, now they're seniors. Just the new friends I made that year, and they asked like, oh, what's your music taste? And like they were like, I'm like, I don't listen to music, and that was largely true. I listened to mainly instrumental music while working, and even then, I prefer working without instrumental music. And really, what it is that, if you've noticed, my focus is not very good. If there are things to distract me, then I get distracted. Like I say, Summer just commented that broke my attention for a bit. I was able to stay on track, but usually it's not that easy. And if you've noticed earlier, when the music came on, for like I say, My Hero Academia, I love you too, Trevor. I love you so much. Gotta get together. Somebody's gotta organize it, because the problem is that I'll have friends, but I don't have friend groups with them, which means I don't get to hang out with them, and also because I'm not good. I don't think I'm the type of guy who I can hang out with another person and make them comfortable. I'll kiss you, Trevor, for sure. Sorry, I could not help but laugh at that one. Brain's not. Flimsy Aaron is here. I don't know who Flimsy Aaron is. We're gonna try to focus. So I did not listen to music. Instrumental, I use instrumental to help me focus if I could not inherently focus, but usually I would try to avoid music if I could, because it would like I can focus without music, and if I can focus without music, I'd rather not have things distract me. So ideally, I just want to get things done. What do we do here, Dillon? How do you know my name? My name's not on here, so I'm assuming you know me. Is this Aaron from Marina? Aaron Fan? I think your last name's Fan, if it's that Aaron. But basically the preface, it is Aaron. Is it Aaron Fan? But my name's in the title. True. Usually my name's not in the title. Man, my stomach started to growl. But what are we talking about? songs. I don't listen to music. No, today's not my birthday. I feel like you should know what my birthday is. But brain, what's my brain doing again? Oh, yeah, so music. We listen to. I'm gonna close my eyes so I don't get distracted. Now I'm realizing I'm closing my eyes on stream. That's probably not right. So, what was I talking about? Music. So I don't really listen to music, and I just started listening to music recently, about 6 months ago. So we're still exploring taste, but also our musical repertoire is very limited. I know basically the majority of pop songs from 2010 to 2012 because that's when we played music on the radio in the car. And then recently I started listening to, Summer already noted it, Luke Chang has been a big one recently. Let me just open this up. Like songs that I will, because usually I get bored easily, so I'll switch to new music soon. Also, sorry, Aaron asked what we do here. We just talk. Like right now I'm talking about, I'm just answering random questions. But let's see, forget about you. So I'll write it down. I've heard about DPRE, and I personally have trouble enjoying music that I cannot understand. Like, I cannot. Okay, a lot of people are hot though. I cannot. Actually, that doesn't do anything. Unfortunately, no. I don't think you guys are interested in seeing my body. I don't think. I think people would find it funny if I wore a bikini, but I don't think people are interested in hot tub stream with Dillon. Actually, I feel like people would do it for the memes. This is probably one of my favorite songs right now. Another, what's it? Another one. All Luke Chang songs I love. Those are probably top 2 right now. You guys can analyze my music taste now. Anything else that I'm with? That's probably good enough for now. Luke Chang, everything else is good. So that's what we did. When I take LSD, currently the idea of ingesting drugs or alcohol is not interested. I'm not interested in that. That in mic check. Mic bad. Oh, no, really? Is it quiet or is it not? Is it not working sometimes? Popping. Oh, the audio scuffed. Oh, why is audio scuffed? Okay, my headphones are right. We're gonna go back to earbuds. It's gonna be dang for a bit, guys. Mic check, mic check. Also, just for the sake of myself, mic is good, Pog. Okay. We're gonna end the stream at 11. I know it's not ideal, but I'm getting hungry and I'm also getting brain dead. Kind of quieter. Yeah, that makes sense. My earbuds are not as good. I talk like this. This is probably better, and I don't really care about having noise, so this is probably good. If I put them around, is this okay? How's the audio here? Ooh, my stomach's rumbling. Okay, perfect. So, will I take LSD? So, we're gonna preface once again. I've not ever taken a drug, not an illegal or controlled substance at least. So, can't say whether anything about the experience of it. I think at this point in time, I just think that I'm like one of those rule followers, goody two shoes type of guy who I don't like the idea of taking drugs is consuming alcohol and that type of stuff. Like I'll drive over the speed limit like 10, 15 over if it's convenient and stuff, but I'm not. That's too far for me.
at this point in time. Something interesting that I've heard, which is that taking LSD, like the psychological effects, is apparently similar to that which people can do. Like people can achieve the same state of mind as like with LSD as people do like when they're experienced meditators, which sounds really fun. Like, because I think meditating, I don't think there's any danger in meditating. Like, there's no significant danger in meditating. So I think if there was a world where I could learn to meditate to that degree, I would much rather do that than take LSD. Just my 2 cents. Next thing. Speaking of instrumental, what did you think of band? I'm assuming we're talking about symphonic band, the concert on Monday. I didn't get to see much of it. Thought it was cool. I liked the quartets. I was sad I missed the string quartet, but it was cool listening to like these the brass. I think it's called the brass quartet with Sprong and Adolf. I think Sprong was with Adolf. Next question. Okay. I'm going to the restroom because weak bladder, you know. I feel so bad. I just woke up my mom by accident because somebody else was using the main restroom, so I went into the restroom in my parents' bedroom, and I didn't know that my mom was in there, so I turned on the bright light, and then I closed the door, the squeaky door, really loudly, and then I wake her up, and I feel really bad. Oh, one on the ground. Sag. Back reveal. But, so Trevor asked, what's your idea of a perfect date? So, one big thing for me is that I'm, oh no, my throat feels like it's getting sore. Oh no. Alright, 15 minutes. We can talk for 15 minutes, right? So, one big thing for me is that when my brain goes like haywire, it goes haywire. And when I think too much, and I think too much when there's like pressure, like if there's pressure for me to act a certain way, I could say, we can talk about this. So, like, we've had a crush recently. I've had a crush. I don't know why I keep saying we. I've had a crush recently, and I've noticed that when I'm around her, my mind will go so fast. It'll go. I cannot even keep track of what I'm thinking. But it's stuff like, hey, what you want to say hi, or you want to say this, or you want to ask, oh, how's your weekend? Yeah, but we shouldn't talk about it. We talk, and it's too awkward, and but it's too awkward. So let's go on her phone. She's on her phone. Okay, if she's on her phone, then I can go on my phone. Then it's okay. But then if she's looking up from her phone, then I should look at her. But then if I look at her, then it's really awkward. That type of stuff. So any type of date that involves an extensive amount of time where we are not doing it. Like, basically, I have to be doing stuff. Like you can see the truth. Maybe it's not the truth. I guess it is the truth version of me. Like, let's say, at tennis, or I guess badminton's probably the best answer. But like all of the I focus so much on the sport of tennis that I don't think about what other people are thinking about me, and I just just have fun and be me. So like I'm just like yelling, screaming, laughing, having a good time, cheering, like just like cheering, like I'm just having such a good time, and that's just if I can not like it sounds bad to say, but if I can forget about the other person, forget about the pressure, forget about all the expectations, because I focus on the activity instead, then that's like when I'm basically when my mind shuts off, I can be me. And like I know it's not good to think of a date from the perspective of your own enjoyment as opposed to the other person's enjoyment. But for me personally, I have trouble helping people and being considerate, being compassionate when I'm in a bad mood or when I'm stuck in my own head. I need to be able to turn off that part of my brain so that I can just be me. And when I'm me, like there's a certain amount of I need to be intentional about being considerate, being compassionate, being thoughtful. But it's a lot easier for me to help people when I'm happy. So I try to like it's not good, it's not ideal actually, but I prioritize my own sort of happiness, I guess, my own mood, so that I can help other people, or in this case, make the date happy, like exciting for the other person. And the problem is that I in that like in those situations, let's say we're playing badminton, I'll have fun, but there's no way I can make sure the other person has fun. The only thing I can do is be me and hope that me being me is entertaining. Because I've noticed that like sometimes other people just exist in the way that they do. Like let's say a good example. This is Darren playing tennis. None of you guys know Darren except Summer, I think. But Darren playing tennis and him being so invested in it, his reactions to stuff, him just loving tennis. That to me is entertaining, and I like watching him play. Even though it doesn't make sense because it's not like he's like a pro, so it's not like it's like super beautiful. Like sure, he hit beautiful shots, but he's not inherently beautiful. But also yeah, true. I was playing tennis with Darren until 4 o'clock today. Like 4 hours, not straight. Took a half-hour break to eat lunch. Also played with Summer for a bit actually. But like that's the type of not value but entertainment or like that's a type of enjoyment that I hope to provide to other people where it's like I don't know how to make other people happy. I know how to like if I'm happy then I know how to be me. And when I look at other people I can be happy from other people being happy. So maybe if I'm happy then other people can get happy too. So usually I just try to be me, and sometimes I'll be like more thoughtfully compassionate, but generally speaking I'll just be me, which in my opinion is not a terrible person. And yeah, so like to answer the question more directly, my idea of a perfect date is just a date where we can, or at the very least, the very first activity is one where I can completely forget about perceptions or anything, and I can just like focus on an activity and be me. Like also, very big thing. If you want to see the real me, you put on a Quizlet live or a Kahoot, and I will grind, I will yell, I will go for it, like I will try to win, and you'll see the like competitive, energetic part of me. It's really funny. Like I remember, it's so funny for EP Spanish 4 last year. We do Quizlet lives pretty frequently for vocab, and I want to win because if you win, then you get like a participation point or something like that. And those are not easy to come by, at least for me personally, who does not like to participate. So I would get super competitive. I guess Beatty doesn't do them, but like I would get super competitive. And so there's a tech, right? So basically, for Quizlet Live, right, you have your list. Like let's say you're in a group with 3 others, and there's each person has 4 options. And let's say sometimes there's 12 total questions, and let's say you finish question 11. You don't have to wait for question 12 to show up. You can just click the answer to question 12 before like as soon as you finish clicking the answer to number 11, and it will submit and it'll be correct. You don't have to wait for like because you know what the last question is going to be because there's only one option left. So you can click the answer choice right away, and you will win. So that's a tech that I know, and that a couple other people know, but the majority of people don't know it. So what would happen is that we would get through this whole thing, and then somebody else would have the last answer choice, and I would tell them, just click it out, just click it. And like, what I do is I would literally reach across, like there's a desk, right? I'm on my desk, I'm on my Chromebook, I reach across the desk, I'm like literally all over their desk. I'm like, just click it, just click it, just click it, just click it. And then it was only when one of my friends, Matthew Quatch, love Matthew Quatch to death. So, and he's like, he takes me by the shoulder and he's like, calm down. And I'm like, huh? Like I did not realize how aggressive I was being when I was playing Quizlet Live. I was so into it. Oh, I didn't know Koi was here. Hi, Koi. But I was like so into it that and he had to grab me by the shoulder, and he's like, "Calm down. It's just a game." And I was confused at first, and then I realized that I was literally all over the other person's desk, and we lost in the process because they were so confused. It's funny, but like that is like me. And if we can have if a date had some sort of activity where I can just like fully focus on that and be so focused on the activity that I forget about. It's like I feel like even though it's not like ideal, like having this rando Asian nerdy dude like in your face, like trying to like make sure that you click that button so that they can win that extra credit, like that participation point. I feel like it's funny to watch. I feel like it's like really enjoyable, and like even if it's not like the most polite thing, in my like for me personally, that's like a person that I want to hang out with for fun. Like somebody who just cares so much about the game. It's like they don't like they just like love the game and love the competition. And I think like and it's not like anything hateful. It's not like anything like I'm not trying to hurt other people or anything like that. I'm just trying to win, and like I'm not pushing other people down. I just want to have fun. I just want to win, and I think that's something that's fun to watch. So I'm sort of repeating myself, going in circles, but basically something that what I consider like my terminology is disinhibits me, prevents like it takes away my inhibitions, and I can just be me, and my mind does not stop me from being me. And then, funnily enough, if after that, after I'm full of energy and I do all that stuff and I'm able to be me, afterwards, if there's something more like not formal, but something more like where we're not doing anything, we're just chilling, we're just talking, then since I'm already disinhibited, I can just talk about stuff. Like I've noticed, like let's say after, like let's say I went to do an escape room like 2 months ago, yeah, 2 months ago. I noticed after the escape room, where I think we were all like yelling at each other, like, oh no, it's this, no, like L-O, like it's like, oh, S-T-L, what does that spell? Lots, no, not lots, the slot, no, it's not slot, we're just yelling at each other. And afterwards, like we have conversations, and it's so easy to be candid, especially when it's nighttime, like late night car rides, and you're just driving home, and like after you've had such an exhilarating night where you've been doing stuff, it's so easy, like though it's a lot easier to have a conversation from that stage. Whereas if you, let's say you start off with like eating dinner, right, what are you going to ask about? What do you do for a living? How was your day? Do you have fun over the weekend? Like what, you can talk about that. But like once you're at the point where like we've in a sense, like I guess we've bonded over the activity, and then it's like you don't have to get through this small talk. It's like, yeah, the post adrenaline, yeah, this is it. Yeah, like and it's not even like small talk. It's not like I don't know. Small talk just disappears as an option. I guess just like you don't think about it, and you just start talking about you just talk about life, and it's a lot, especially when it's nighttime. I don't know why, but like late night car rides after doing something exhilarating, you can just it just feels so easy to talk. By the way, if any of you guys want to hang out over break, I have apps to do. I'm behind actually. The second week of break after apps are due. You want to hang out? Y'all seem like y'all are all fun people. Just text me. I think everybody here has my number except maybe Aaron. Or somebody else can give him my number, I guess. Yeah, perfect date is something that focuses my mind and lets me be me for the first half, and then um after that some like usually like let's say driving, something like fun, or like something like just chill, and we talk, we share, we laugh. Yeah. Four pairs in tonight, then made after. Are we good? Have one more. We can answer one more question. Oh, is that what you did, Alvin? You went to watch Avatar? Stream to end in 4 minutes, okay, guys. Thank you guys for coming, by the way. 4.5 hour stream talk. Also a bunch of lurkers, I'm assuming too. Like, thank you guys so much also in the end for like all the chat interaction. Like, I don't know if you noticed it, but when I saw chat was just stagnant, like my morale dropped. I just wanted to end stream. I didn't feel like it was something I wanted. Like I just wanted to end stream. I didn't feel happy. But it's not that I didn't feel happy, but it's like when chat's not happening, when chat's not talking, when chat's not doing anything, I get it's like it's like I said earlier, it's just me talking to me, and I'm like, there's really a point. So, thank you guys all for talking and doing everything. Like talking, chatting, asking questions, being here, supporting. I really appreciate it. You can probably tell that I'm kind of dead, even though, yeah, no, I'm just dead. My throat feels a little sore. 4.5 hours straight of talking, so makes sense why it kind of hurts. Yeah, shabu shabu right now. Oh, I just want to play my playlist. There's no way I get DMCA'd, right? Is there a way I get DMCA'd? I don't know where it's DMCA in the last like 10 seconds. So yeah, muchas gracias a todos por venir a ver mi stream. No sé cómo decir stream en español, pero muchas gracias a todos. Es solamente porque ustedes. Okay, Trevor, I don't know if you know, but I'm vegetarian, so it's a little unfortunate. Thank you for spelling my name right, by the way. A lot of people don't spell my name right. Alright, I'm gonna wrap up stream. You can always do a reminder, co-host stream form. I don't think anybody cares in this, but I'm just gonna say it real quick in case anybody does. If you want to co-host a stream, basically that means you want to interview. No, we can interview or we can just like talk about random stuff. Basically, do what we're doing now, except it's me and another person. If you want to do that, you can check link in our Instagram bio, or we can go to our link tree, which I will type in right now. Also, in our link tree, you can order our merch, which our graphic designer Justin Quinn designs. And you can also put questions in our stream forum. We answer those questions. I check that. I get emails when people send in new questions, and I'll answer those questions in stream, and those will get posted as clips to our Instagram. Also, there will be a recording for the stream. It will be posted on our YouTube channel. I don't know how interesting this is because it's not. This is more about entertainment value as opposed to educational values. So not sure what use there is there, but in case you guys want it, it's going to be on our YouTube channel. Also, Borders will be closing tonight, aka I'm too lazy to close them tonight. They're going to be open for a little bit longer. Whenever I decide to close them, they'll be closed. But for now, if you guys want to do Borders, you guys can Venmo. Okay, it's all going to be on our Instagram. If you guys don't have Instagram, just, well, that's unfortunate. Kind of lazy, kind of tired right now. But you can check our link tree for Borders and everything. Yeah, follow us on Instagram for updates and stuff. But that's all I got for you guys. Thank you to everybody who has come today. Thank you for everybody who was talking. Thank you everybody who was supporting. I know this was a long stream. I know that there were boring parts of the stream for sure. And that me monologuing is not always fun, but you guys stuck around and I really appreciate it, especially people that like bored being here. For sure, I appreciate you guys. Also, I appreciate you guys for staying until the whole length of the stream. And I know you guys had to leave sometimes, but nonetheless, I really appreciate board for coming on. But also the viewers. There is no incentive for these viewers to come on other than their own entertainment or learning, which I guess today was more of an entertainment. And I want to say thank you because I'm just a dude talking. And I know some of you guys are my friends and you guys want to support me, and I even more so appreciate that because, yeah. Summer, you need to get sleep, remember? It's winter break, you can get sleep. So I think you should try to get work done. Maybe you can try to get homework done while listening if that's doable for you. But, yeah. I guess we're not going to stream over break, so I guess you have the rest of the break to work. Do you guys have any feedback on streams actually? Well, before I end the stream, do you guys have any? I should have gone to bed 2 hours ago. Thank you, David. Do you guys have any feedback on the stream? Because like I noticed that like first of all at the beginning of streams is pretty dead, and then as time goes on, the stream gets better. And there's certain topics where you guys just turn on. You guys are talking a bunch more. Okay, yeah, sounds good. But like there's certain times where like chat just comes alive, and like when chat's alive and when I can answer questions and stuff happening, that's what I enjoy. I don't like talking about like stuff on the outline because the outline honestly it's boring stuff. I like talking and interacting with people, even if those people I cannot see. So, you guys have any feedback on that? Because I don't know what made certain moments much more talkative than other moments. That works. Also, like, do you guys prefer these more candid streams? Because I don't know. It seems like you guys are interacting more in the candid streams, but it also feels like there's less like educational value, or like less use to them. I don't know. I just kind of want feedback because I don't know what the next. Trevor, I've seen that before. I've seen the tweet. The answer is yes, because you will never have to be a worm. You will never have to deal with a being a worm, but you will have to deal with Mr. Trevor, who believes that you would not date him if he were a worm. So just tell him that he's a worm, or else he will be mad. So I was to date you if you were a worm. I've seen the tweet. Podcast with viewers. I think. Ooh, interesting concept. I created a new stream. And I asked I opened it up to viewers to just join the podcast. I don't know. Oh, we're gonna put that on our planning thing. Shoot, wait, I screwed myself so much for tomorrow. This is so GG. But yeah, thank you to everybody who's here, has been talking, everything. Like, yeah, and like, especially for all you guys just staying and talking. Like, it's just, I guess I already said it before, but there's so, like, it's hard to express the appreciation. And also for the people who were here, like, Eileen, I don't know if she's still here, but it seems like she's been gone for a bit. Thank you to Eileen, who, like, was here for the beginning of the stream, helped carry the beginning of the stream. And also the people who've been staying the whole time, people who have come in later, all of you guys have just been such, like, it's, like, Trevor, like, there's no reason for Trevor to be here other than, like, Sam, like, we've interacted for a long time, but, like, he's here. And, like, Eileen, like I said earlier, really no offense meant, but, like, I don't really interact with her much, but she was here today. And, like, obviously board members and everything, and then also my friends, like, Coy, and Alan, and Emma, and, hopefully I'm not missing people. Apologies if I did miss you, but, like, just, like, oh, and Summer, sorry. Don't hurt me, Summer, please. I'm sorry. Let me add podcast stream to my to-do podcast. I'm sorry, Summer. I don't really have an excuse, but thank you to everybody who came. I'm bad at saying goodbye, but we're going to end it here. I love you all.